So you're unmuted now.
And now you
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing, testing. That was from before. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing, testing.
So right now it shows that it's hot.
yeah, so just leave it.
That was from before. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing, testing.
So now it's hot.
Just leave it. For Mel to come in and call to order, and then you can just remute it. All right, go back.
We stop the chat.
Did you guys stop the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, we stopped the chat. Yes. Thank you.
I mean, Marty, you guys want into the Zoom meeting? No, not yet.
Not yet. You want me to get in that?
Yeah, let's just make sure that all works.
Yeah, I thought we did. But
I just don't want it to be there to be a gap. Oh, okay, okay. All right. Gosh, look at us, 4:23, we're all ready to go. What's that?
I just got a notice from ACOE that they are proactively blocking all content on the internet from Russia right now because of the high incidence of cyber attacks coming from Russia.
Oh, wow. Well, I don't know anything about VPNs, but would a VPN just make it look like you're somewhere else?
It can,
I would like to call to order the Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. Are there any speakers related to closed session topics?
There are no speakers.
Okay, seeing there are no speakers, the board will now convene to closed session. The board will now convene to open session and report out from closed session. Live streaming on YouTube will begin now for the open session of the Board of Education meeting. The URL for the YouTube live streaming may be found on the new NHUSD Board of Education webpage. If you are joining us online via the Zoom webinar and you would like to provide public comment for this meeting, you may do so by utilizing the raise your hand option in Zoom. If you are calling in by phone, you can press *9 and wait to be called on. Community members may still provide public comments to the board prior to each meeting via email at publiccomment@nhusd.k12.ca.us. There were 5 comments provided to the board via the public comment address below email address. 1, advocating for no masks. 3, advocating for mask choice. 1, advocating for Narcan on school campuses and for substance abuse awareness. I would like to remind the public that we will not be responding to questions posed by those making public comments. There was no action taken by the board in closed session. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Student Member Calderon, would you like to lead us?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Calderon,
Present.
Canlis,
Here.
Ishiguro,
Here.
Chima,
Here.
Gonzalez,
Present.
Schmidt-Mallard.
Here. The next item is 5.3, approval of the agenda. May I have a motion and second to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
I second. Is there any discussion?
No.
Roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Calderon,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Ishiguro,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Schmidt-Mallard.
Aye. The next item on our agenda is 5.4, the land acknowledgement. I would like to invite Trustee Canlis to read our land acknowledgement tonight.
My pleasure. We want to open up this meeting by acknowledging with respect and love that the land we are on today is the traditional ancestral homeland of the Ohlone Chochenyo First People. We recognize and thank the Ohlone people as the original stewards of this land. Indigenous people must not be spoken about in the past context as if they left it on their own accord when the real causes were white supremacy, manifest destiny, and U.S. colonization. By recognizing we stand on the occupied indigenous territory of the Ohlone people, we recommit ourselves to listen to Native leadership and stand in solidarity with people struggling against systems of oppression throughout the world, past and present.
Thank you, Trustee Canlis. The next item is 6.1, public comment. Hearing of visitors on topics which are not on the agenda. As a reminder, if you wish to talk on items that are not on the agenda, you can use the raise your hand function if you're joining us via Zoom. If you're calling in, you may use *9. And if you're in person, you may fill out a blue card. Do we have any blue cards that are for topics not on the agenda?
We do, we have one, and the speaker is, I can, hang on, I can my glasses.
The Jakara movement. Who's speaking on behalf? We are. Okay, you have, each speaker will get 2 minutes to speak. So you need to get 2 minutes. So please, the first person come up and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Can I just ask, did you all 3 want to speak together, or you want to speak separately? It's up to you. Sorry.
2 minutes per person.
There's 1 speaker card, so it's a 2 minute if you want to speak more than one, if you want to speak separately. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, I'm Sasika, New Haven Unified School District board members and Happy Women's Month. My name is Sikram, and today me and alongside my peers are here to talk about 2 things: the need for Narcan in school and our program CAD that has been inspired, and this need in policy change. CAD is a fellowship under the Jagar movement, and our goal is to educate our peers and the public about substance use, the negative use of alcohol and substance use on the body. I joined CAD because when I found out about this program, I was intrigued by it because although substance usage was very common around me, there was little to no knowledge or resources about the substances. I wanted to try to help and raise awareness about what effects the drugs actually have on people, including overdosage, and what program can help slowly cut off their alcohol or drug usage, especially in the communities of color.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carlene Carr, and I'm here to say what we have done in our internship so far. So far in our internship, we have accomplished many different things, such as tabling at the Fremont Cordova to raise awareness about CAD and what we hope to do for our community. We've also completed CPR and Narcan trainings through online courses, which has provided us the knowledge we need in order to help people in situations such as an overdose. The training provided us a better understanding as to how CPR and giving Narcan should be given and done the right way, which is something every person should generally know how to do in our collective communities. Also, we are planning a community town hall at the Gurdwara next month, where we plan to inform folks about CAD, about opening a dialogue and providing important information on the effects of alcohol and substance abuse to keep our community safe. At a discussion, we will also be having a guest speaker from a center come to speak by her personal experiences as working in a mental health clinic with people who have gone through different experiences with drugs and how it's affected many lives.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, my name is Jeremy, and I'm going to talk about Narcan. So Narcan is a needle spray, and it's a prescription medicine used for the treatment of a known or suspected opioid overdose emergency with the signs of breathing problems and severe sleepiness or not being able to respond. Narcan can sometimes cause severe opioid withdrawal symptoms that lead to serious health problems, including heart rhythm problems and heart attack. You may have a higher risk for heart problems from Narcan if you use other drugs that can also cause heart problems. Narcan is really important because it can save anyone's lives, and not only that, you can make a change within your community and save your loved ones. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mahek Preet. The current status of drugs at James Logan High School is that people connect with dealers through social media and obtain drugs such as weed and vaping. People primarily do drugs in the school bathrooms during school times. Drugs are easily accessible due to the amount of people that use them, since there are a lot more people that provide them. As the amount of drugs laced with dangerous substances such as fentanyl increase, students are at a risk of losing their lives. And rather than waiting for that to happen, we need to take action. When we checked in with the staff on campus, we found out neither the health center or the counseling center are equipped to support students during incidents such as overdoses. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Michelle Noble, and I'll be talking about the statistics of opiate users in Alameda County. A 2020 study by the California Overdose Surveillance Dashboard revealed that there were about 505,594 prescriptions for opioids in Alameda County alone. It's important for the public to know about the amount of people that use drugs because people tend to overlook things like substance abuse until they see how people are being impacted by it. Once they find out how common substance abuse is, they can educate themselves on what their effects are and how they can help people with addictions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sarah, and I'm going to be calling some person. The reality is that there are a growing rate of overdoses and uses of drugs in our community, and school-age children from elementary throughout high school are being affected by the rising number of opioid overdose deaths. This is an alarming rate of overdoses and uses of drugs happening. We have James Logan High School that have Narcan kits available throughout campus for both the safety of our students and staff. And since there is no reason for not having a life-saving drug on hand.
Thank you very much.
And lastly, Vajra Casa, and hi everyone, my name is Pavneet Kaur. I am the fellow with Jagar Movement that has been empowering our interns to really take action, and they've been really doing the community work to see how Narcan can be effective in saving lives in our community. Thank you to the district for listening to our students, and I hope that you will support us in this cause to change the policy around the ways that Narcan is available and the Narcan training that staff have in schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So
all of you can spoke. It takes a lot of bravery. Okay, do we have any more speakers on topics that are not on the agenda?
We have one raised hand in the webinar, Arjuna Dewar.
Okay, miss. You will unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So today I'm going to talk about the mask mandate in schools, and my name is Arjun Dower. I'm currently a senior at James Logan High School, and the question of mask mandates has brought many controversies to my community. However, with the COVID surge decreasing and the CDC approving the removal of mask mandates in public spaces, I find that they should be removed in schools too. Now, before I proceed, I would like to define what I mean by removal of the mask mandate. In short, removing the mask mandate does not mean that the voluntary use of masks will be prohibited. Rather, it gives freedom to those who choose not to wear masks. I believe that this issue comes down to individual preference. Many want to return to the prior sense of normalcy, while many also want to keep their masks on to feel safer. However, restricting those who urge some normality is just unfair, especially when their masks are off during lunch and at their after-school sports activities. With the chance that cases rise again, resorting back to the mask mandate is definitely fair. Yet, when cases are reaching an all-time low, it creates a burden on those who want to take their masks off and interact with their classmates and teachers as they once did not too long ago. Thank you all for your time and allowing me to share my opinion. Most of all, I would like to thank my AP government teacher, Mr. Shane Henderson, who has inspired me to use my voice today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing your voice. A reminder that the mask mandate issue is on the agenda. So do we have any more speakers that are wanting to speak on items which are not on the agenda?
I see no more hands raised.
Okay, now we will take public comment, hearing of visitors on topics that are on the agenda. Do we have any blue cards for topics on the agenda? We have 5. Who's our first speaker?
First up is Lana Thomas.
Lana Pons, please come forward. Reminder that you have 2 minutes and that we cannot respond to your commentary.
Good evening, my name is Leanna Pons.
Sorry.
That's okay, I get it all the time. I have 2 children currently attending Kitty Yarmouth Elementary. When we began our virtual learning last year, Andrew, already, who is now in 1st grade, had already been struggling with phonics skills and reading accuracy. This year made it more difficult for him to improve in these areas since he is unable to see the teacher's mouth as she sounds out the words. We recently received his report card and it has been confirmed that he is not improving in these areas. I 100% believe that if it wasn't for him wearing a mask that he would improve in these skills. Additionally, we mentioned to him the other day that his school will hopefully not have to wear a mask anymore. And his reply was, I still want to wear a mask because I don't want anyone to see my face. This made me very sad knowing what a little cute boy he is with his dimples. I know there are other kids out there who are conscious about taking their masks off and showing their smiles and expressions. But at this age, I think it's vital to their social development to share expressions and personalities at school. Masking should be a choice that the child's parents should make, not the school. Masks limit exposure. It does not prevent 100%, as I'm sure you know. The COVID survival rate in children 18 years and younger is a whopping 99.8%. I'm confident that children who contracted the virus at our elementary school likely contracted it from outside the school. Finally, in our home, we don't teach our children to live in fear. Being sick doesn't equate to death or hospitalization. As a result of our state, as the rest of our state is allowed to enter businesses, facilities, bars, gyms, sporting and concert events, don't you think it's about time to allow our children to show their smiles and let them be kids again? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Who's the next speaker?
Next one, it looks like it's Morrison? I'm sorry.
Montazu or Montazu? Okay, please say your name so we know what your name is.
So my name is Murtaza.
Thank you.
So I'm going to talk about why people now wear masks. But the thing is, if we don't take off masks right now, we're gonna have a bad effect in the young generation, especially the teens. Because most of them, they could be scared of their own face right now, and they don't want to show it off.
All right.
Next up is TJ.
TJ.
I'm teaching from Mr. Henderson's third period, and I believe we should get off the mask mandate since most kids don't even wear them or they have them under their noses. So at this point, what's the point? And I believe we should not make it a requirement. We should make it a choice. If you want to wear the mask, wear it. Like, don't force students or teachers to wear masks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Hello, so I'm here to talk about mask mandate and we should lift it because students feel like they are pressured to wear the mask and we should not force them and give them a choice if they want to wear it or not, so they feel more comfortable at the school. And I also want to give a shout out to Mr. Henderson for giving me the inspiration to come out here and voice my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us your views. And next,
Mr. Angeles.
Mr. Angeles, please step forward.
Good evening, President Sean Melly, Vice President Gonzalez, and the rest of the trustees, and of course the student rep, Dr. Thompson, district staff, folks in the gallery, teachers, staff, and those at home. I just want to speak in behalf of the mask mandate. Obviously, there's many opinions about it. The thing I'd like to ask for you to consider is the fact that when you did this whole thing back in March 2020, it was a learning process. We knew only of the dangers of the COVID virus. So a lot of things that we learned, different ways to try to prevent exposure. As you know, the mask thing went so many changes throughout the course of 2020, but there's always standard that it was a good protection to prevent exposure and even more so get sick from at a higher rate than usual. We understand the whole idea of the mask changing because obviously times are going to change, but we'd like to encourage you that when you put out the mandate to really encourage the fact that we need to understand the use of the mask, how it can prevent safety and wellness throughout our schools, our community, and of course between staff and students and the community. Our teachers on just a conversation about the consideration for the mask change, overwhelmingly over a majority of our staff who agree we should keep wearing a mask. We definitely understand the position of choice. We are not arguing that. We are asking the district, when you put out the mandate, have some real encouragement about the usefulness of masks so that folks can get a little more aware of the benefits of having a mask, both students, staff, as well as the community, because we know it's one of the scientific conversations that show how to impact this COVID and exposure. And of course, the vaccines measure to continue that kind of awareness in your campaign as you explain the change in the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Angeles, do you have any more blue cards?
No more blue cards. And we have 3 speakers on
Zoom.
3 speakers on Zoom. The first one is Yana Sekandar.
Okay, Yana Sekandar, please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Asking them to unmute. You also one more time to unmute yourself.
Okay, Yama, we're asking you to unmute yourself. Please hit yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
We can hear
Sorry.
you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Yama Sikander, known by some of my family and friends who have already spoken. I'm a senior at James Logan High School, and I want to just speak about this. I personally believe that the lifting of the COVID mask mandates is of paramount interest to both the successes of our students and the school as a whole. And while I may not be able to speak for our entire school, I understand a sizable portion of our school wishes to lift this mandate, which I'll briefly explain in 2 points. So first, I believe it's had a profound impact on the success of many of our James Logan forensics competitors. I myself am in James Logan forensics, and ever since COVID-19 began, many of us who wish to perform on campus were denied that access. And now, even as schools have reopened, we're unable to remove our mask when performing, despite being at all tournaments while on campus, which I believe has had a terrible success on our school as a whole, especially for those who don't have more access to equitable spaces to perform. And secondly, I believe it's harmful and causes anxiety and the loss of social skills in many of our students, which in my opinion is unacceptable and needs to change, especially for many of our younger students. I myself have seen the firsthand experience of my peers who have not seen each other's faces in a long time or at all, which fuels a culture of stigma and fear within our community. Nevertheless, to say, while this issue has gone on for a while, I think it's time to take off the mask, as many people before me have reiterated. For all these reasons, I rest my case and strongly believe we must lift the mandate. While students must be free to choose, they should not be constrained by a burdensome rule getting in the way of learning and enrichments. I encourage you to consider these points and adopt them into your decision-making. I wish you all a good night and go Colts.
That's so cool. Thank you, Yana. Just a reminder that if you want to speak on Zoom, you can use the raise your hand function or *9. Do we have any more speakers?
Pauline Haslett.
Okay, Ms. Havlet.
Hello. I'm going to speak on 11.6 tonight on the agenda, the non-reemployment of temporary and probationary teachers. If you look at that list of the elementary schools, 31 of the 39 non-reemployments are from the 3 elementary schools. It seems to be a kind of over the top number, considering that those same 3 schools are in our most challenged socioeconomic neighborhoods: Emmanuel, Hillview Crest, and Cyril's. Cyril's has 13, Hillview has 9, Emmanuel has 10, whereas Easton has 1, Pioneer has 1, Kitayama has 2, and Alvarado has 4. The students in those 3 elementary schools deserve the same quality, qualified teachers as everybody else. How do they get that if their teachers are being laid off or non-rehired every year? There's a serious inequity there with who's getting released and who's not.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Havlet. Do we have any more speakers?
Paula Perez Garcia.
Paula Perez Garcia.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paula Perez Garcia. I am a senior at James Logan High School, and I wanted to speak upon the mask mandate at school. I have had personal experience from keeping the mask on, that it's better for the students at James Logan. Being a big populated high school, the mask mandate should not be lifted. I have contracted the coronavirus from school because of not having the mask on. So I have had first experience with having COVID from school, like contacting it from school. So I just wanted to put my experience and my opinion out there that I believe that the mask mandate should not be lifted. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you very much. We have another speaker. Okay.
Snelling.
Mr. Snelling.
Hi, good evening. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. My name is Greg Snelling and I'm the bargaining lead for the NHTA bargaining team. NHTA looks forward to the start of negotiations next Thursday, the 17th. The district's finances have never been stronger. As you'll see this evening, $1.2 million of unrestricted money fell out from the first interim to the second interim, putting the district at a projected $21.9 million unrestricted surplus. We can expect more money to fall out between now and the unaudited actuals in September. Since 2012-13, the growth of the unrestricted reserves from the second interim to the unaudited actuals has been in millions: 4.2, 6.5, 6.3, 7.3, 4.7, 3.1, 8.3, 4.7, 6.9. Yes, the lowest increase over those 9 years was 3.1 million. The average is 5.7 million. The district's unrestricted reserve minus the mandated 3% has not fallen below $12.5 million since 2015-16. At the unaudited actuals in September, we can anticipate the unrestricted reserves to be over $25 million, more than at any time in my 25 years in the district. This number does not include funds set aside by District Policy 3100.1. Now stored in Unrestricted Fund 17, the district in 2015 established this money from the proceeds of the sale of Cabello Elementary School and designated that this money, quote, cannot be used for any purpose at any time. This money might as well not exist. This current school board has worked to modernize and make New Haven a true destination district with investments in green energy, technology, and dual immersion programs. Perhaps the district will demonstrate leadership and courage to tackle finding a way to use these funds for the benefit of the community. The taxpayers of Union City elected you to spend their tax dollars wisely, not continue indefinitely adding to its reserves. Once district expenses pass $140 million, as it did this year, board policy, the Cabello funds, creates an effective 7% self-imposed tax, whereby the district needs to have $107 million to spend $100 million. This money should be spent to better student outcomes by decreasing class sizes and retaining and recruiting the best teachers with better compensation. NHTA is excited to work with the district to discuss prudent ways to lower class sizes, student contexts, and caseloads. We look forward to discussing meaningful ways to help NHTA staff maintain. Thank you. Could I finish my sentence, please? Just find meaningful ways to help NHTA staff maintain their standard of living. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there more speakers?
There are. Animal 5.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I'd just like to start off with introducing myself. My name is Anmol Bide, and I think that the mask mandate should not be lifted. I'd like to start off with a personal anecdote. I have a friend, his name is Arjun Dower, and he's a really close friend of mine. And some time ago, he contracted COVID-19 due to students at our school not wearing their masks. And I ended up not being able to be around him for a lot of time. And I believe that it's essential that our students are able to be with the other students in our school and that we're able to maintain our relationships at school. And I believe if the mask mandate is lifted, a lot more students will contract the virus, and we won't be able to have a healthy educational system, and people won't be able to be around their friends. So yeah, and just thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to discuss this topic. Thank you so much.
Very much. Do we have any more speakers?
One more. Gabe Aponte.
Gabe Aponte.
Thank you, Honorable Board Member Superintendent Thompson. My name is Gabe Aponte, and I'm the parent of 3 children at Delaney Easton and 1 student at IBC. I wanted to make sure and comment on item 11.1 on masking. And I just wanted to strongly urge this board to trust the science, trust our medical professionals, trust the CDC, the state of California, and Alameda County Public Health recommendations to strongly recommend rather than require masking in schools. I've heard of a lot of anecdotal data, a lot of stories, a lot of appeals to emotion. We need to trust the science and trust what our professionals are telling us. We've all been to the grocery store. We do know that 90% plus of people still choose to keep their mask, and that's it. That's their choice. It should be a choice. As the parent of 2 kindergartners, I'm incredibly sad to see the human cost. Not only is students at this age speech development delayed, it's also making children shy about showing their faces to the world, and that's really is a shame. They are now treating it as a piece of clothing, and they feel naked without a mask, and I think that's just wrong. And I think we as a district have an obligation to follow the science, follow our medical professionals' advice. We have done that as a district for many years, to your credit, and I think it would make no sense to break with their recommendations now. I strongly believe masking should be a choice, should no longer be forced, and I urge you to trust the science and align with the state and Alameda County's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more speakers? Okay. Seeing that we have no more speakers, we will move on to section 8, recognition, presentation, and action. First item is 8.1. The New Haven Board of Education would like to thank Shamsa Bay and Julie Dungle from the League of Women Voters who helped organize the voter registration drive at James Logan High School. The Board of Education would also like to recognize the following students for promoting the democratic process and registering fellow students to vote. And you want to?
Should I hand out? Martin, why don't you come up? We'll hand out, we have a certificate for you, and then we'd like to get pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want me to?
Never stand up over here, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, please come forward when I call your name, as well as Shamsa and Julie. And stay up here when you get your certificate from Dr. Thompson, and then the board will come down and take a photo with all of you.
Madam President, and yes, someone from the league is here as well. So should we offer joint Shamsa?
Oh, yes, please. Who's that?
That's Aman.
That's Aman and Julie Duncan. That's Aman. Yes, please all come up to be recognized. Come up here, face the audience here, and we will be.
Thanks the audience.
Okay, parents, if you want to get ready your cameras to take a picture of Dr. Thompson handing your student a certificate, please do so. Okay. The first student is Fatima Kawaja, 10th grader. Are they out of order?
Yeah, that's okay. There are not that many of them, so awesome.
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
Thank you for helping.
It is appropriate to clap if you wish to do so. Oh, okay. Thank you. This is for us. Just leave it there. Got it. Okay. Manur Khan, 11th grader. Next is Reem Wakas, 9th grade. Next is Sabrina Chung, 10th grade. Next is Sia Jane, 10th grade. Next we have Sarah Fayaz, 10th grade.
Oh, Mom, did you get a picture?
Not
Here we go.
Okay, and hold for photos. Very important. Next we have Reface Rubio, 10th grade. Okay. Next we have Abusade Elegbede, 10th grade. Okay, and then we have Paula Nachalandi. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Shauna Liu, 10th grade. And then finally, Allison Kelly, 12th grade. Well, thank you all so much. I know that we all believe that engagement. Take their pictures all together.
Yeah, and then the.
Yes, yes, I just wanted to commend you for your involvement in civics and making sure that people are registered to vote. It's very important to make your voice heard. Thank you, and now we will take photos.
First before the board comes down.
Yeah.
All right here, let me get everybody. One, two, three. Get on this one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, sorry for this.
Okay, Mr. Matters, don't forget to take one of the board. I am standing. Let's go.
We're only gonna be able to see Michael.
Let's go forward. Come on down.
Everybody come down. You know, I remind everyone it's International Women's Day. And women and adult women that have contributed.
I am.
All right, next, please, can you do layers here? Can you do windows?
There we go.
Tall people in the
Tall
back.
people in the back.
Yeah, I can do that.
There we go. Well, there you are. Here we go. Make sure you smile. And your mask. Can we take our mask off for a second? For the picture.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, I think we have a mask. I think that we might get in trouble. Just a second, just a moment.
Okay, one more picture without mask.
Yes, does anybody object? You can keep your mask on.
Right, if you have it. Yes, sure.
Sure you. Are we done? Oh. All right, very good. This one's for everybody. Good job, thank you. Thank you. Okay, you have to continue our meeting, so if you wish to talk, please step out into the hallway. And we have more recognition, but first we want to hear from our Julie, right? Yes. Okay, from Ms. Temple.
Yes,
I
I just wanted to thank the administration at Logan for being such a great partner with us. We've been able to do this at least every other year. By the way, this is our record-breaking drive. We've never been over 900 students before. And I also wanted to especially acknowledge Faxma's leadership. She was just brilliant in bringing together a huge team of students, and they were super efficient. I also wanted to congratulate Sarah G or thank her for coming to volunteer. And then I wanted to explain to you that the students gave you a bookmark and a wristband, and these are things that we give all the students who registered to vote, as well as a sticker that says I registered to vote. And finally, to the superintendent, we gave you a newspaper. We tried to provide things for the teachers as well. And this is about the 20th Amendment, 19th Amendment passing. And so we try to kind of keep that communication on the education level. So thank you so much to everyone for all your support.
Thank you very much. All right. Our next item is more recognition. Item 8.2, recognition. The New Haven Unified School District Board of Education would like to thank and recognize Peter Gong from Great Way Trading and Transportation, Inc. for the generous donation of thousands of bottles of hand sanitizer for our staff and students. The Board of Education would also like to thank Jeff Wang for helping facilitate this donation. Are either of those people present?
Yes.
Please come forward. Oh, there you are. I see you now. Okay, please come collect your certificates and we're going to go down for another photo.
Yes.
Okay. Did you? Okay.
You can put them out there. You must be Mr. Gong. Thank you very much for your donation. Very generous. And so that's a little appreciation, of course, Jeff.
Oh, I'll hold one of this bottles.
Yes. I know where we can find it.
Yeah, just hold it.
Oh, so we have a former assembly member.
Yeah.
Julian. And you.
I got it. Thank you so much. Sure. Okay. Is the mic on? Yes, go ahead. We are ready.
Yeah, my name is Peter Gong. I'm the president of Great Way Trading Transportation. And today I'm so happy to be here with my executive management team, Jun Gong, and Tom In, as well as Jeff and our supporting members. Right. We have been in our business have been in Union City for 8 years. During the past 2 years in the pandemic season, my company actively, since my company's business nature is international logistics, so we have advantage and special channels to import those masks, face shield, hand gloves, and sanitizer, especially when they are in great shortage everywhere. So we have been donate that to our local community, senior living, senior apartment, the church, local small business such as restaurant, so to support them and to make the minimum opening to the public. So it's an honor for us to use our advantage and our channel to serve our local community. And it's an honor for me and my employee and our team workers here to do any contribution to our local school district. Now it's almost the end of the pandemic season, but it's still very, very hard and sensitive season for Omicron. Since our kids and our school staff had come back to the campus, I think they need more of this kind of sanitizers in the classroom on the desk, so that we decided to make a whole bunch of our premium quality hand sanitizer. It's FDA approved and it's top quality because it's short in the market. It's even short on Amazon. It's sensitive free to the teeth and to those sensitive skins. So I hope our students and our staff in our school district like it, and they can use that to prevent
and to protect themselves. I hope we can do more to our school, to our local community, and it's our wish of all my team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your employees and your team as well.
I just wanted to quickly add some things and for the present Shane and Mary and the board members and the superintendent. Okay, you guys did a wonderful job during the pandemic and to survey for the students and also make the school open so quick and did a wonderful job. And Peter Gong and his team and doing a lots of job from first day and for the pandemic, and they provided so many things and to the senior food drive, and also we provided to the police department the firefighters, and also for our communities, and we understand the student needs, and we provided free tutoring during the pandemic seasons, and we work with the school district and Union City and Family Service and the community needs, and we will continue to support the school district. I was very honored and be served for the board before, and I have a wonderful experience. We will continue. I feel humbled. This is not for me. That's for our community, for our Chinese community and Asian community. We'll continue to working together, make our school district strong and the community strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your service and for all that you've given to the community during this difficult past 2.5 years? 2 years, okay. Comment?
Trustee Jim, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Jack Wang and our local business man, Peter Gong. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for your donations. And also thank you for providing a lot of economic activity in this area in Union City. And we appreciate that you have chosen to have your business in Union City. Please continue to be a good partner with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to? Okay, with that, we'll move on to 8.3, multiple tiered systems of support presentation by Mr. Pudani and team.
Good evening, everyone. Previously, the board had requested additional information related to multi-tier systems of support, or MTSS. Tonight, members of the Division of Teaching and Learning is going to present an explanation of what the MTSS structure is, the history of MTSS with NHUSD, and provide examples of how it's being used as our school sites. Again, MTSS falls under one of the district goals, district goal number 2, about equity, access, and achievement. And so with that, I'd introduce Mikey McKelvey, the Director of K-12 Instruction.
Good evening, President Juan Mallory, Vice President Michael Gonzalez, members of the board, Dr. Thompson, and members of the audience. My name is Michael McKelvey. I'm the Director of K-12 Instruction. This evening, I have Parker Slam, our Director of Student and Family Services, and then virtually we have Raquel Bacaj, the Principal at Cyrils Elementary School, and Heather Dorner, the Principal at Young Veracruz, who will be describing MTSS. During our presentation, hopefully at the end, you'll have an understanding of what MTSS is and how we use it in our district. Raquel Bacaj and Heather Dorner are going to give you some examples about how they've been using MTSS this year. We're going to describe some next steps that we are thinking about taking for next year, and then we'll have some time for you to answer or ask questions and get some answers. So I'm going to turn it over to Marcus.
Good evening. Before we talk about what MTSS is, again, MTSS stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. We'd like to give a little bit of a historical timeline in terms of how MTSS became a focus in New Haven. And so in 2018, New Haven received a grant from the state to learn more about and implement MTSS, the MTSS framework, and to improve outcomes for all our New Haven students. Our ultimate goal is to lessen the disproportionate outcomes for our students so that students are successful. This grant enabled New Haven to begin our implementation of MTSS in the 2018-2019 school year. beginning with trainings provided by the Orange County Office of Education in a train-the-trainer model. This means that our district leadership received training from the Orange County Office of Education, and in turn, we turned around and did trainings for our principals and MTSS leadership teams at their sites, and they went ahead and began to implement MTSS at their school sites. In 2019-2020, our district leadership team continued to provide support to the elementary and middle schools teams. Meanwhile, Logan, County Carabello, and Dakota School for Independent Studies began trainings through West Ed. Last year in 2020-2021, we as a district with a team of administrators, social workers, and the Division of Teaching and Learning created our New Haven MTSS handbook as a tool to guide our work into implementing multi-tiered systems of support at all our school sites. So why MTSS? In every school, there are resources, structures, and strategies that are available to teachers and students to support student learning and growth. These range from supports to support student academics, social emotional well-being, behavioral health, and basic essential needs. Knowing which to use is important because each of our students faces different strengths, challenges, and barriers. So establishing a strong multi-tiered system of support framework at each of our school sites is important because schools need to know what resources and supports to invest in each student to help them succeed. An MTSS framework also helps schools become data-driven in decision-making, establish systems for monitoring student progress, and they help schools become reliant on evidence-based supports and strategies that impact each student's growth. In addition to having a strong MTSS framework, having a strong MTSS framework helps schools identify and establish the different tiers of support needed at their school sites. Tier 1 supports are those that support all students at the site, regardless of their needs. Tier 2 supports are those supports that are directed at students who still need just a little bit of extra support. And Tier 3 supports are those for students who continue to struggle and need more direct or intensive supports. By having academic, social, emotional, behavioral, and basic needs supports being provided to students through the lens of an MTSS framework, this helps schools become more efficient in their delegation of resources, monitoring of student progress, and success in their students. I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to Mikey McKelvin, talk about the MTSS structure.
So when you think about MTSS, it's really a structure that we're talking about. We want to make sure that all the systems that we have in our district and our school sites are kind of working together and they're married together to support our students and our families. So when you look at MTSS, we're really looking at 5 different tiers of areas that we can improve, reflect on, and always make better. The first one is our administrative leadership. As a site principal, that would be me working with my instructional leadership team, how I work with my grade levels, making sure that the staff members that I have on my school site are engaged in decision making. It also means how do I support new teachers? How do I support teachers who are being evaluated for the year? What kind of processes do I take through that? So that first part is really our instructional leadership. Then the next part is really how do all the systems work together? Everything we have at our school sites, we want them to work integrated instead of in silos, right? So we're looking at integrated educational framework. With all of those things, always in the back of our mind is how do we create strong and positive school culture? In the center, we have the tiered support that Mr. Lam just talked about, and I'm going to talk about this in a little bit more detail on the next 2 slides. We really want to look at how we engage our families and our communities, making sure that whatever affinity groups we have at our school sites are engaging our parents, that when our parents come onto our campus, they feel welcome, for example. And how do we use, for example, our UCF, Union City Family Centers, to make sure that we're using our community supports as well. Finally, the last group is actually a really important one. It's how we at the district, or you as the district board, help support our sites. It's everything that we do. How do we support our teachers, our staff, and our administrators to create a strong LEA school relationship? But also, how do we help our staff implement those policies that you as the board pass and the administrative regulations that we have? And so those are kind of the 5 things that we look at when we're talking about TSS. If that makes sense. When you think about tiered support systems, we want to remember that we want to look at academic support for our families and our students, but we also want to look at behavior, social, and emotional support. When we do that, they seem like they're kind of separate. We want to use data when we're looking at those. So those could be assessment data for that academic piece. They could be interviews that we give to our students or surveys that we give to our families for that emotional social report. And we want to look at those data to drive our decision making. In a wonderful world of education, though, we really want those two things also married together. And what I mean by that is if I'm a teacher and I'm using instructional strategies, for example, the one that's listed on the slide is UDL, Universal Design for Learning. If I'm designing my lessons to meet the needs of my students within my classroom, that means I'm engaging them. I'm allowing them to show multiple ways that they're learning. I allow them multiple pathways to enter into the curriculum that I'm offering. And when I do that, I'm actually supporting my teacher. So I'm sorry, my students in the social emotional learning. So we want those kind of narratives. We don't want them just in silos, but we also want them happening throughout the day. As Mr. Lam mentioned, when we look at tiered support, we're really talking about three different levels. Universal support is what we promise our students every day. When they walk in, this is the core instruction that we're going to offer every day to every student within our school system. Usually that universal instruction is good and it meets the needs of about 80 to 90% of our students. For the rest of our students, some students need additional or supplemental support. These can be things that we do in the classroom, like pulling a small group of students to go over math facts, for example. However, when I pull them to the table and I go over those math facts as a teacher, that's a tier 2 support. But then I need to make sure that I also push them back out so that they're doing grade level material with the universal instruction, right? So those tier 2 supports do not take the place of universal instruction, but they do it in addition to universal instruction. For a small number of our students, they need more intensified support, and that would be tier 3 level support. And what that means is this is usually done, it can be done inside the classroom, but usually the structure that we use in the movement is outside the classroom. That might be pulling a small group of students into the hallways to go over letter sounds, letter ID. It could be having a reading room and somebody doing an extra dose of guided reading. It could be that those students are in a different class. However, again, tier 3 does not take the place of universal instruction. The universal instruction is done every day for every student. And then for some students, they get tiered interventions depending on what they need intervention for. When you look at MTSS, it is built on a foundation of being inclusive, being equitable, and being highly engaging. Those are the three pillars of all instructional strategies that we want to do. It is designed to proactively meet the needs of our students. So hopefully, as we proactively respond to the needs that our students have and our families have, we can actually maybe mitigate the number of students who need to go into intervention. It allows us to look at and it allows us to look at implementation drivers that ensure that all students have access to quality tier 1 instruction. It also allows us to identify when additional targeted support might be needed. And it is committed to really being student or learner driven, and it's used to be data informed. So instead of having the data drive our instruction, our students drive our instruction, and we use that data to monitor what we're doing in our classroom to decide if it's working. So with that said, I know a lot of our schools right now are starting to look at their success, their school plan for student achievement. We as a district are starting to develop our LCAP, which we're going to present to the board later. And we really always want to keep these drivers in mind. Like, where is our leadership? Do we have our families engaged? Are our students engaged? Is that an area that we need to focus on? We want to also focus on competency. How do we recruit staff? How do we provide professional development for our staff? How do we support our teachers? And then finally, we also want to look at implementation. It isn't enough just to say that we have a competency. We also want to implement. And we want to monitor that implementation. We want to use data in a way where we can look and say, this is what we're doing. This is the result of that thing. And this is working or not working. And then if it's not working, we want to tweak it and change it around. As Mr. Lam mentioned, we did create a guidance document last year. It is linked on the slide for you if you have time to look at it later. It was created last year. It was created through a collaborative process with the cohort of administrators from K-12, as well as Mr. Lam's Department of Student Services and our counselors and social workers. And it really defines the district's beliefs and purposes for MTSS. So that's a lot of information. But to give you some kind of concrete examples of how it's used at the school site, we're going to start with Ms. Raquel Bacaj, who's joining us remotely, and she's going to go over some things that she's doing at Cyril right now to give you some examples.
Can you ask questions related to this discussion?
Sure.
Is it okay to ask questions? Okay, I'm looking at page 8 of the tier 1, 2, and 3. My question is related to tier 2. How do we provide intervention to the students? Do we have an intervention teacher? Is it after school, before school? Is there a program you use for that? And how do you define a small group?
That is a great question. It really is based on the needs of the student. So what I mean by that is, I can only speak for when I was a principal at Kiyama, for example. One of the things that we did for tier 2 interventions is we did a variety of things where we noticed that our students were missing, they were struggling with phonological awareness, for example. And so what we did is we ordered we purchased a curriculum from Fonts of the Mill to teach phonics. We didn't do that for all of our students though. What we did is we purchased a phonics kit for our kinder and first grade teachers because we wanted to make sure that they had a strong phonics curriculum going on in their classroom. Meanwhile, we did have to offer interventions to our second grade students because they missed that instruction in kinder and first grade. And it wasn't that they missed it. It wasn't that the teachers weren't doing it. It was that they needed to do it a little bit more robustly. And that's why we purchased that curriculum. So in second grade, what we did is we provided some pull-out intervention for our second grade students, and they were able to do guided reading with a focus on phonological awareness. And then in third grade, we gave them some PD, the teachers some PD and some grade level planning time so that they can do that tier 2 intervention within their classroom. So a lot of times when you talk about tiered intervention, it isn't just like a one-stop kind of thing. It's like it's a 3-pronged approach, right? You have to do an analysis of if this is a problem for our 4th grade students or our 7th grade students or 8th grade students, you have to kind of plan backwards to find out where did that misstep occur. And then the intervention that you provide along the way might be different. So for example, we can do that at the elementary school. At Shabbat, and I think Ms. Thorne's going to explain some of the interventions she's doing at IBC. They have a different structure, and they might offer a class for math, for example. They might do a pull-out program, so the students are in a 7th grade math class, but they're also in a math intervention class for a few weeks because they're missing some skills. They go through that class, and then you take them out of that class and put back in the math class. So it really depends on what the intervention is and how you kind of go back that root cause analysis.
So if I understand it correctly, the type of intervention depends on the needs of the students, and you have some within the teacher who has been PD on that intervention style, and then you have some pull out to provide to small groups. Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, and it's different just because that's something that I did at Kiyama. It doesn't mean that that's what is available at every school site because that might not be their need. But when we talk about interventions and we talk about tiers, the tiers is about students, but we have to remember that intervention isn't just pulling students out. It's also how do you intervene to change what's happening in the classroom so that reason for intervention will hopefully not go away, but be resolved. If that makes sense.
Right, and also probably they front load some information so you don't have to do intervention. I was just curious if you have hired extra intervention teachers to provide intervention. And I'm hearing that you are because of the pull-out, right? Those are intervention teachers, not the regular teachers providing additional, not the one in the classroom.
Yeah. And I know Ms. Bocage is going to be going over, they've been looking at tiered interventions at Cyril, so she's going to give some examples.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay, let's continue presentation with Principal Bocage.
Good evening, President Swin-Mallory, members of the board, Dr. Thompson, and New Haven community. I'm honored to be here this evening. I'm very proud to share with you tonight the MTSS work we are engaged in at Cyril's. MTSS is not another thing. but it's how we actually do things at Cyril's, how we do things, period. We share responsibility and we collaborate regarding our students' academic, social, emotional, and behavioral health. A few structures at Cyril's I would like to highlight this evening are our instructional leadership team. They focus on various tiers of learning, staff professional development needs, and data analysis on school-wide progress. Our coordination of student services team, they meet weekly to review data, to help us be more efficient with our resources and monitor our student progress. And our grade level teams, they meet weekly to plan instruction, discuss instructional practice, and monitor student progress. Our community partnerships are very important as they support our work through intervention and enrichment opportunities for our students and families. We plan resources based on the data analyzed throughout the various team collaborations. Slide. This year, our site has determined a much needed focus on planning scaffolds based on student needs. We constantly discuss instructional practice. We have ongoing collaboration on how we strengthen our tier 1 teaching, come up with ways to monitor progress, and work to determine the best ways to engage our families in the work. I'm proud to say that as a site, our work is consistently centered on using the lens of MTSS to monitor our student progress, ensure time and space to discuss our instructional practices, and look for ways to support our staff, students, and families. I appreciate being able to share many of the resources that we have that we do at our site. And I look forward to discuss this a little further more. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Heather Thorner.
Good evening, board members. Thank you so much for allowing me to come today. I'm sorry you're going to get an overused voice today. That happened. Sometimes it's a lovely gift of working at a middle school. I would say that IVC is a little bit later to the game with MTSS. A lot of the work that we've been doing at IVC definitely falls under those MTSS structures, but IVCMS is kind of at the start of some of this process. And we now getting kind of an introduction, getting a general understanding of really the whole process that goes with MTSS. We've seen ourselves and our students and our work so kind of ingrained in these various structures. And so now it's been this year has been a lot of learning and a lot of formalizing of those structures. And so for us, when we're looking at the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 model, we are not necessarily in a self-contained classroom anymore. Once our students come up to the middle school level, they're traveling throughout the day. It isn't just about we're going to pull them out from the middle of their day. We have to really start looking at kind of targeted work that we can do with students while maintaining the most traditional sense of their education that we possibly can while they're at school. So some of the structures that we have in place and we've really worked to build up, especially this year coming off the pandemic, are our wellness center and our counseling center to support students. When you have over 1,000 students at your school and you know that there's a lot of students who have a range of challenges everywhere from social, emotional, all the way over to their academics, a lot of our work really starts with our teachers, but lands in our counseling center. And this is where you see our counselors kind of do that one-to-one reach out with the student, with the teacher, with the parent. And we start to kind of acknowledge there's a challenge and there's something that the student needs and we need to provide in a different way. So that coordination that comes along with our counselors really helps kind of start the process of support that a student may need. Our wellness center this year really has taken on that kind of the social emotional well-being of our kids. And I can tell you that it is a very popular room on campus. Kids are absolutely starting to advocate for themselves and their own needs. And they know they have a place on campus where they can go and they can get that support. And I think for our students, when you want to teach middle school students how to be an advocate, really that falls right along the line with the MTSS structures of making sure the kids understand that if they don't have what they need, we're going to find a way to get that for them. We're also doing a lot of work this year with an equity lens and a focus in that area. But really what we're trying to do is look at our classroom environment for various ways we can take the classroom itself and make sure that we provide the space and the room. So it's the unique environment for the kids to be able to learn. So when we look at okay, we know the structures that we currently have in place, and now we want to move on and start to rebuild. That was the first place that our staff landed this year in our instructional leadership team, where we do a lot of the same work that Raquel spoke about from Cyril's. This year, we wanted to take a look at our classrooms. And one of the things that we wanted to look at was the engagements of our students through the classroom setup and the environment. How do our physical spaces support the students that are in the room? This is kind of a conversation that started as a class or as like a whole school. It eventually led itself into ILT. And one of the things that we realized is, although my staff is phenomenal and can absolutely take feedback and learn from each other, the voice that we needed to have was the students. And so that's kind of where we are right now. I have over 35 staff members who have happily signed up to have students come in and do a ghost walk of their classrooms. So the students can then provide feedback on the things that are working and the things that they would like to see more of. And so this is kind of, we're right in the middle of this process. And I can tell you that it's been pretty fantastic to even just engage with the students in this context. And one of the things that we're really excited about is going to be reviewing this data at the end, not only getting our students' voices heard and getting them into the classrooms and giving them this opportunity, but it's also taking the data that they give us and then being able to turn around and make true change in our building based solely on the needs of our students. And that really is our goal through everything, I think, with MTSS, which is making sure our students have what they need to be able to be successful.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you. So I get the pleasure to go ahead and introduce Mr. Scott Pisani, who's going to pick it up kind of from where I left off on our next steps.
So when we think about,
Before you go to the next step, can I have a question? All right. I know we focus on a lot on the cognitive part, and Heather mentioned something on the affective regarding the tier 2 on behavior, social emotional intervention. How does that look like with K to 5 when we're providing in the tier 2? Is it, the classroom is tier 1, and tier 3 is when you go to the last steps and partnership, whatever. But tier 2 is the gray area. So how does that affective intervention could look like in that class or in a school?
So I'm going to allow, if that's okay, Raquel Bocage to respond as the elementary principal, perhaps. Raquel, are you available?
Yes, I am. So what we've done at Cyril's is we've done smaller group. When it's pushing the classrooms, we'll do small group interventions or have the kiddos come out and do some kimochis or character strong lessons and practice it at, let's say, a recess time and or within the health and wellness center classroom.
Are there other?
So that was just an example of one thing that we have done. So when it comes to tier 2, it would be, when we identify various students maybe having the same need. Let's say, for example, if it were to be how to solve problems. And we, through the cost team, will determine, 5 kiddos need to work on solving problems. We'll talk about, okay, let's do a mini lesson for them. And we'll bring them together and we'll work on it. We'll talk on a mini lesson and then we practice. So that is something that we do when we're talking social emotional supports.
Is the we on the people providing the support, is that another staff paid by the one-time funds to address mental health issues, or is that the classroom teacher that has additional role?
So it's a little bit of everybody. You have the health and wellness teacher and the behaviorists that were provided through the one-time funds. You also we have Seneca services on site at Cyril's Elementary. We have our school psychologists that do some of this work, as well as our teachers in small groups, similar to reading groups in the classroom. They will perform also character education groups within the classroom, and administrators. You have us that do these kind of interventions as well.
Is that systemic in all the elementary, or that's what's happening at her school?
That's what I can speak of as far as Cyril's Elementary goes.
Thank you.
And also to build on Ms. Bocage's statement, again, with the adoption of social emotional curriculum with emojis and character strong also being available as well for classroom teachers to provide, sorry, I believe what you were referring to in terms of tier 2 social emotional behavioral supports as well.
Right. Thank you so much.
So again, when we think about MTSS, we want to try to make a connection to the part, the whole, and the greater whole. MTSS resides under our board adopted goal number 2 around equity, access, and achievement. And just as a reminder, MTSS is one of the activities that resides within the action initiatives of that goal, but there are several. And what we've done, just as a reminder, we provided previous information about the activities related to goal number 2. This slide and each of the bullets with an underlined statement provides specific information and data related to our activities for goal number 2. But again, our district equity council, the establishment of our site equity councils, as Ms. Thorner referred to in her dialogue around site equity walks being conducted, as well as our work around the supplemental materials for board resolutions that we are continuing to develop for all of our staff. We're beginning an engagement with our leadership team within the division around a book study around Let's Talk About Race, which was recently released by Nancy Doan. And again, of course, our work related to our disproportionality with our anti-racist consultation team, as well as the professional development that's been offered to the staff over at Cesar Chavez, the anti-racist course for educators. And again, we're working on the creation of a draft equity report card as well. Again, all of this resides under goal number 2 with MTSS in our work moving forward. Also, at our last board meeting, we presented information to all of you about the A through G completion block grant, which will provide some infrastructure and support for all of these efforts, including MTSS for the next school year. In our previous presentation, we had shared information related to establishing a coordinator for equity, access, and achievement, a counselor, part-time for equity, access, and achievement, as well as teachers on special assignment with this area of specific focus for each of our school sites for the upcoming 3 years for the director, and for the coordinator and counselor accessing the A through G completion grant. And then for our TOSAs for the next year, as we develop and expand upon this work, at least for the 22-23 school year, leveraging both ESSER as well as the educator effectiveness block grant. So with that, I'm going to turn it over back to Mike McNell, I believe. Marcus Lamb, to be able to share some resources related to MTSS.
So before we close our presentation, we just wanted to share some additional resources. On this slide here are links to four different sites to learn more about MTSS. If you only have one to choose, take a look at the Riverside County Office of Education. They are one of the leading districts in terms of doing this work. And on this slide are some of the literature or some of the resources that we've used in our work around MTSS. And so if you are interested in reading more about it, please let us know. We can definitely get you a copy to review on your own. And with that, I'd like to open it up for questions.
Any board members have questions?
Get to that.
Trustee Ellis?
I think more about comments. This is a lot of work. And the Tier 1 PD for the regular teacher, I think, is very important. And I think you mentioned that you use the word pre-intervention so that we don't have to do intervention if the teachers are trained and given training, professional development on how to make sure that students are succeeding, i.e. using front-loading information, staff, whatever needed, so that you don't have to do intervention. So I think that's the most important part of this program, because what we could say, students we could say there don't have to be in Tier 2, although Tier 3 I think is probably a little bit different in that sense, because there are other reasons why they need to be in Tier 3. So I'll be interested to see if there are changes when we implement this between pre and post implementation of how we decrease the number of students that needed the Tier 2 intervention. In the long run, if we do the good job in Tier 1, Tier 2s probably should not be happening in a huge percentage. So thank you for putting that out there and connecting it with the equity planning, because I think those two are very close. related. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Insurance, are you up?
Yes, thank you so much for pulling this together. It was something that I've been wanting to see for quite a long time. What I see right now is I have a much better command of what it is when I do it. So now I hear the acronym, I have a better idea of what it is. It sounds to me as if it's putting a framework and a connective tissue around the disparate programs that we already have in place. There's a couple of things that I didn't explicitly hear, but I'm assuming is in here. Some things like trauma-informed services and programs. I didn't see anything specifically called out for how do we reach students who have undergone trauma, and more specifically, one of the things that would be really helpful is to understand how a student actually moves through these services. I think we have a really great framework right now. So I think we check the box and say that the board now has a better overview. In the future, I would love to see how a specific student, possibly in the tier 3 behavioral side, how they're identified, how they are identified, how they are supported, and how they are what's the word I'm looking for? Supported towards success, because there are a lot of kids in our district that don't have the supports at home, and at our the school in many cases is that level of stability that they need. And so I would love to see almost like, it doesn't have to be obviously no names, obviously, but just here's a person's story. Here's how tier 3 behavioral, here's how we identified it, here's what we did, and here's what an example outcome was. So, but thank you very much for as much as you've done so far.
Just sort of related to that, I'm assuming that the question regarding how we identify students is related to doing the SSDs and the course-mandated program to make sure that we do not put students in tier 3 unless they really qualify. And I think your questions are partially related to that. The tier 1 teacher usually provides the tier 1 type intervention first, and then if that doesn't work, you go to tier 2 and SSDs and the course program.
Yeah, I think the nature of my question was really around, it's great to see that we have frameworks for how we're approaching this. What I, as an individual board member, am really interested into is what does it look like at service delivery, right? We see the diagrams, we see the studies, we see all, but what does it actually look like when it actually hits students and families? How does it improve situations? That's something that would resonate with me. But like I said, I have a better understanding.
Let's let Trustee Chima go next because she has her hand up.
So actually my question has been asked by my fellow board member, but I will elaborate a little bit further that I am also interested in the outcomes of these plans of framework. Many times often we hear these plans and professional development and all those good measures put in place, but I'd like to see the outcome, the results we see, evidence of all those plans we have put in place. The second question comes to my mind is that during the COVID time, and so how this implementation of this plan or program fared. If we have we were on par, or how did this plan was executed during the pandemic, if there was some execution.
So during the pandemic, while our students engaged in teaching and learning virtually, again, our support structures were still in place. So students who were, again, identified either as having concerns or having challenges, both academically as well as behavioral and socially, our constructs of support were in place. So again, we still had our counselors that were available to provide additional support services for students if necessary, if they were referred. Our systems of both our SSTs, our student success teams, as well as our CLAS teams, where again, instructional leadership teams and resource personnel come together to be able to identify what are the challenges the students are experiencing, suggest and implement strategies or interventions to be able to support them. They were in place as well. Again, we know that in our experience during the pandemic that there were significant challenges for many of our students that existed in a 100% virtual instructional delivery model. And so we continue to try and address those. If you recall, we had our learning loss mitigation funds, which there were several support structures in place that were leveraged by our school sites to be able to provide that type of support as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Camus.
Yeah, I was trying to picture a reading intervention, for example, to address decoding and comprehension. Would we be using something like Qantas Banal for a certain number of weeks and then assess the students to see if they move from level 1 to level whatever?
Yeah, we would leverage, for example, Qantas Banal, the level literacy instruction kits and the curriculum. And again, the interventions really being fluid. For example, if the student is identified as an intervention and receiving services, it doesn't mean that they would always be identified as needing interventions and services. And so having groupings that are flexible based on student need and utilizing research-based curriculum and resources to be able to make those decisions, again, is the approach and process in terms of that type of intervention service for students.
And then when the students is assessed to exit, they go back to the classroom and all.
So, and it also happens within the classroom with flexible grouping, for example, through guided reading groups. So once again, you're identified as a student in a guided reading group, you're not relegated to that group. That's not reflective of a student's progress or growth. Again, those groups being flexible based upon the student's progress through the curriculum.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Any other members have questions or comments? Okay, well, I would say that I agree with the idea of having some sort of report of how we're doing, you know, on these things and where we have opportunities for growth and how we as the board can support those support systems in our district.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Pisani and other staff. Our next item is 8.4. This is the presentation on the New Haven After School Program for 2022-2023. Again, Mr. Pisani.
Good evening once again. The California Department of Education offers an expanded learning opportunities program, or ELOP funding, for after school and intersession summer school enrichment programs for transitional kindergarten through grade 6. Marcus Lamb, the Director of Student and Family Services, and Jen Hawkins, the Union City Family Center Coordinator, and Alexandra Murillo, the Kids First Program Manager, will present a plan for the use of these ELOP funds to provide a before school, after school, and intersession program at each elementary and middle school site beginning in the 22-23 school year. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Marcus.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Pisani. Good evening, President Chuen Mallory, Vice President Gonzalez, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Thompson, and of course, our community. As Mr. Pisani mentioned, our coordinator of the Union City Family Center, Jen Hawkins, and our current Kids First Program Manager, Alex Murillo, will be helping me to present and answer questions for you at the end of the presentation tonight. And we're hoping that by presenting this information and giving you we'll give you an idea of what our proposal is and to help inform you make a decision in terms of an approval later on this evening. So as Mr. Pisani said, the state of California has this pot of money, or this money called the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program Fund. And essentially, California wants all LEAs to provide a comprehensive after-school and intersession program that's available for all unduplicated students. And as a reminder, unduplicated students are those who fall under one or more of the following groups: qualifying for free or reduced lunch, foster youth, displaced youth, or English learners. And so the state has actually allocated $4.4 billion for this type of programming from 2022 through 2026, with additional funds being anticipated. For the 2022-2023 school year, New Haven's allocation is about a little bit over $1.7 million. New Haven is we're actually in a really good position because for meeting the requirements of this ELOP money, as the acronym is, we have two current programs, Kids First and Kids Zone, to build from. However, the creation of a singular ELOP program also means the elimination of both those programs after this school year. In developing this new after-school program, we would combine the successful aspects of our Kids Zone and our Kids First programs to launch this new program. This would be a program that would be available to all New Haven students and will be will have equitable requirements for participation. We will prioritize participation to our students who have the greatest needs, which includes our McKinney-Vento or homeless students, foster youth, and other students who face extraordinary challenges. In addition, this program will be free for all students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. As I said, this program is available for all students, and so those students who don't qualify for those criteria, we will be also charging fees for participation, similar to how we do with Kids First right now. In addition, we have also applied for the renewal of the 21st Century Grant. And this is the grant that currently funds our Kids Zone program. And should this be approved, this money is aligned with the requirements of ELOP, and it'll enable us to provide additional support and enrichment to the program that we're proposing. A part of the ELOP requirements is developing for developing this program is to solicit the input from our community. And so through two different surveys, one that we sent specifically to our after-school participants and one that the whole district, the district sent out to all families, it shows that what our community wants aligns with what we can provide in this plan for an ELOP program. The program that we're proposing would provide student academic support, social emotional support, enrichment opportunities, and access to snacks and supper. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Jen Hawkins and Alex Murillo, who are going to talk a little bit more about what the actual requirements are for this ELOP money.
Thank you, Marcus. Hi, my name is Jennifer Hawkins, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this slide. As Marcus had mentioned, ELOP does have a few requirements that align well with our current Kids Zone program that's currently funded by the 21st Century Community Center grant. And if you look at the first column, ELOP requirements, it kind of outlines, what's expected with this money and incorporated in our after-school programs and before-school programs. Homework, social emotional needs, enrichment, physical education, and nutrition. And you can see in the second column where you can actually see those at play right now with our programs currently available within the Unified Kids First and Kids Zone that's currently implemented. And it's also going to be implemented with ELOP funds with our program. A little bit more in the notes section is what's also required in this particular component, which is community partnerships, student voice, choice, especially in our enrichment activities. Another requirement is we must have to align with the 9-hour instructional day. This does include the school day. And so at some of our elementary schools, we will be providing an AM program, which is a before-school program, and of course an after-school program. Most likely all of our after-school programs will go to 6 p.m. Kids First currently models this particular structure before and after school program. What's good to note in this area is that our programs will be very flexible. Right now with the 21st Century grant, it's pretty much operated that our students have to stay until about 6 p.m. Some of them qualify for an early release, so they get to go home a little bit earlier because they have a parallel program. But this particular funding source, ELOP, is a little bit less restricted and a little bit more flexible with attendance. We will be incorporating a 30-day, 30-day intercession Kids Zone currently models this only in the summer program, where it's 19 days. However, with ELP, we are required to do a fall break, winter break, spring break, and summer break intercession, totaling 30 days, 9 hours each of those days, which is pretty good. Priority enrollment for students, Kids Zone right now operates under this model, free and reduced lunch, between bento, pasta, and English learners. However, ELP will be operating under this particular priority system as we move into 2022 to 2023. And the last one is we do have to incorporate highly qualified staffing. Kids Zone currently models this in our Kids Zone after school program, and it is aligned with the 21st requirements, as well as we do have to incorporate a 10-to-1 ratio for our TK classes. And so I'm really excited about this. Highly qualified does mean that staff have to meet at least the minimum professional instructional aid requirements. And that's either like 48 college units, have an AA degree, or have passed a professional instructional aid exams.
No, I think Jen hit everything on the nail. We're just very excited to bring it a cohesive before and after school program to New Haven.
So linked to the title here is actually is a document that goes deeper into what the requirements are and how we're fulfilling those requirements. And so the plan that we're proposing, the after school program, the plan we're proposing for next year actually has potentially 3 funding sources. The first, if you take a look at the box on the left, this is the 1.78 million from ELOP. And this is considered our phase program. This is the program, with this program, we would be able to have programs in all 7 of our elementary schools and our 2 middle schools. It would be free for free and reduced lunch students and other eligible students. And it would provide us with an opportunity to do intercessions. But like we said, you have to qualify for the free program. So what we're planning to do is also charge fees for those who do not qualify for that. And that's where the funding's in the middle box, a second funding source. And so by charging fees to students who would like to participate in this program but don't qualify, we would be able to, we are estimating that we can bring in another $675,000. And this would allow us to not only enroll additional students, but it would also allow us to extend the hours. With the base program, our program would go until 5 o'clock. With the extended hours, we'd be able to go to 6 o'clock. Again, it's flexible, so they don't have to go, but they can. In addition, we'll be able to hire more staffing and then also expand the types of enrichment opportunities that we can offer. And then, of course, I mentioned earlier that we are applying for the 21st Century grant again, and we should be finding out in about, I believe it's April, whether we get that or not. And if we do, that should give us an estimated about $785,000, which would sort of further make our program more effective, allowing us to take on more students, again, more staffing, and again, additional expanding enrichment opportunities. And so at the bottom of this slide is a link to a spreadsheet that shows the budget, the schedule, all the details of this program. And as I mentioned, the creation of this new singular program eliminates Kids First and Kids Zone. However, and of course, staffing is always a concern, but we want to assure the board that our plan is not to eliminate our staff, but actually hire our staff to fill the positions in this new program. I mean, really, if you think about it, this program is taking Kids Zone, Kids First, and smashing it together. And so essentially, we would continue to have program specialists. We currently have 11 program specialists in both of those 2 programs, but we anticipate having 6. So it's really a reduction of just 1 program specialist. For paraprofessionals, which only exist in the current Kids Zone program, we currently have 12 paraprofessionals, but with this expanded program or this new program, we're looking at 27 to 41 highly qualified paraprofessionals. And I'd like to inform the board that this term highly qualified, it's the funding requirements term. I mean, I think we can agree all our employees are highly qualified, but this just sort of what the funding requirements say. Kids First Assistants, we currently have 36 Kids First Assistants, and in this program, we're looking to we have 0 to 23 program assistants. 0 because we don't charge any fees. If we don't charge any fees, then we can't hire program assistants, because using ELOP money to hire people that are not considered paraprofessionals or quote unquote highly qualified staff, we can't do that. But by charging fees, we can maintain these assistant positions. If you notice, we would be needing more paraprofessionals for this program, and we know that. And so one of the things we are prepared to do is to work with our staff to find out who else may qualify for a paraprofessional, but maybe is not working as a paraprofessional, or working with staff to help them pass the test or help them qualify, or inform them of the requirements, which may be some college units, which some of our staff have. Because we really want to make sure that our staff, if they want these paraprofessional positions, these highly qualified positions, can qualify and are aware of that. So to that, again, we're eliminating Kids Zone and Kids First programs, but we are actually, as I mentioned, planning for a new program, which is encompassing of both programs. We hope that you can see that this singular program is rooted in financial stability, as we have this money coming to us from California. It provides this extension of a school day for many of our students who want this opportunity, and it's a program that's going to be accessible to all our students. So I want to thank you for your time, your consideration, and I'd like to open it up for questions if anybody has a question.
Trustee Taylor says I am first, then Trustee Gonzalez.
Yeah, maybe I was asleep when you said this, but how long is the extended program? I know with Kids First in the past, I think it was up to 6 p.m. And I'm sure it would vary between the elementary and the middle school.
Yeah, so like Margaret said, we have different kind of variations on what the program will look like if we don't receive any funding prior to with fees. Then most of our programs will close at 5 p.m. With the anticipated program fees that we'll be collecting, we plan to do a 7 to 8 a.m. and then up to 6 p.m. for the elementary schools. And I believe it was 6 p.m. for the middle as well.
The reason I asked that question, I think in the past, parents saw it as, I don't want to use the word babysitting, but it's a rich program. And that's why 6 o'clock was nice to have at the time. I as a parent, I've gone through that and used it. But now that it's going to 5 o'clock, what happened to the students?
That's only if we aren't able to charge.
Oh, okay.
And if we're going to the Plan B model, which we really would like, and maybe even the Plan C model, which incorporates the 20% refunding. But right now we're really in the Plan B, which will operate in all of the programs as far as this.
Thank you.
The Kids First program will dissolve at the end of the school year, correct? My question is for the 10 specialists, the one you're not, there's no placement for that person. Will they be, have they been notified that they're being terminated, or are they going to be absorbed into the new program? That's my question.
Unfortunately, the Kids Zone program, the 21st Century grant ends this year. And so it's a 5-year grant that goes until, it's 5 years. And it sunsets this June of 2022. And we reapplied for the grant, so just speaking on behalf of Kids Zone, unfortunately, they will receive a layoff notification. All of our para staff and our Kids Zone program specialists After, talking to a few of the program specialists, some of them may not be interested in retraining. Some of them may. But that's on kids on behalf.
For Kids First, all of our specialists are aware. We did have a meeting with all of our staff, letting them know that we were planning on sunsetting our Kids First program, so they are all aware that there are new opportunities in this new incoming program.
And there is that one requirement of highly qualified.
Trustee Nishimura?
Will existing paras in the program have preferential hiring forward?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Trustee Kima?
So like you have previous program were sunsetting because the grant is going away. How would this program develop? How do we have any idea how long will it exist, or the program dollars will exist, or they will forever, or what is, do we have any knowledge about that at this point?
It's ongoing.
It's ongoing. So the second question is that I know in the first program they were including is not the right word to use, but they were using some of the general fund. So how about this program?
So one of the challenges I posed to the team was knowing what the estimated revenues from ELOC, which is approximately 1.7 million, is to design a program that would be cost neutral. And so that if we move forward, we know that we can sustain it. Then the augmentations come with the grant that we've applied for, that we will again know by next month whether or not we received it, as well as fees. Those would be augmentations to ongoing funds that would make this program cost neutral and no longer encroach on the general fund.
Okay, thank you. So my another question is, how is the fee structure? Do we have any idea that is there a tier, or how that will work?
For right now, we would be using the current Kids First fee structure that we have in place.
Which is
well, currently, in this new program, the program will be for free and reduced students. So then we would be taking away that kind of column in ours and just using our full cost model for those students that don't qualify.
I see. So that means if parents can support, then if their kids they need help in terms of the academic, they have to pay for it after school.
Correct. If they don't qualify for a free reduced lunch, foster youth, and then they can yeah.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any other members have questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Oh, actually, I do have another question.
Okay,
I'm sorry, it just slipped my mind. You had the there was a 20% paid movie learning center. If the grant is received, estimated. So we planning to have another. I know we have a family center, University Family Center. So we're planning to have another learning center. Or how does that work?
No, it's not. We applied for the grant under the University Family Center, and so it would be in addition to. It is just strictly to operate after-school programs, and we did add another school site. So we applied for Cyril Emanuel Cedar Chavez Middle School and Northern West. So fingers crossed that we get funded for all 4 sites.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that is section 8 and section 9. Oh, budget 8.5. Sorry, my apologies. The budget is very important. Okay. Ms. Hellman will give us an update on the second interim report and multi-year projections for 2022, 23, school year, and 2023, 24.
Good evening, Superintendent Thompson and board trustees and student board member. Annette Feldman, I am the Chief Business Officer. You can hear me okay, yes? Yes, all right. So item 8.5 provides an overview and the highlights of our second interim budget update. This is the second time that we are given the opportunity to adjust any areas that would need adjustments based on the latest information and spending updates that we have within our system. I'm not going to read this. I always show this to you, but it essentially just says the authority that allows us to do a second interim report. It's actually in code. And I always show you this because I want to see how we progress through the budget cycle. As you can see, the darkest area is where we are today. And we have 2 more updates within this fiscal year that's coming up. The estimated actuals, which again would give us another opportunity to look at our current year projections and estimates. And in September would be the closing of our books. Now, this time of year, it's kind of like Twilight Zone because there are things, 2 dynamics that we are dealing with. We've kicked off, as you know, budget development for 22-23, and then we're trying to kick off also the finishing or towards the end of the current fiscal year that we are in. But in terms of that, I wanted to show you where we are in that cycle. So as usual, we look at state revenue factors, the factors that we have very little, if not no control over. And then we look at the local district factors. So for this page, the big story really here is the COLA. The other line items are simply other state funding that are outside of the formula, which is the local control funding formula. So we still get some lottery money, we still get some mandated block grant money, and we also use the rates that are told to us in terms of what to use with regards to the cost increases for STIRS and PERS. So going back to what I said earlier, the big story here is the COLA. It's not news to us. We heard this when the governor released his January preliminary budget. Now that COLA at the last reporting period was 2.48%. So it's now higher by 2.85%. So that's good news to us. And you will see the impact of that when I show you the multi-year projections. Now in terms of COLA, digging deeper into that, how does it apply to our revenue? Like how do we get COLA? What does that mean to us? So this illustrates what that is. As you know, in the local control funding formula, the rates that we get is different by different grade span. And that's TK through 3rd, grades 4 through 6. As you can see, we get the highest for grades 9 through 12. Now, that's the base number. What happens when there is a COLA and it is in fact funded, we would then apply that COLA to the base number that we are in the current year. So if that COLA comes to fruition, the base funding for grades TK through 3rd would go up from 8,093 to 8,524. So that's how COLA is applied. It is applied to the base. And it also is applied to certain other categorical programs like special ed, for example. There are years that we would get the full COLA on nickel lead programs like Title I, Title II, Title III, all of those titles. So I just wanted to illustrate to you how does COLA come to our finances, and this is how it happens. Still on the topic of COLA, given that we haven't seen the neighborhood of these types of numbers except for this year and the projection for the coming year, we wanted to illustrate to you what it means because a COLA affects every local agency differently. We are one of 2/3 of school districts in the state of California who have been declining in enrollment. So like I said, it affects every agency differently. For a district who is steady, let's say they're not declining, they don't have any other of those dynamics that we have, they would feel they would get a bigger impact from that COLA. But like I said, for 2/3 of the district in the state of California who have been declining in varying degree,
it affects them differently. So I wanted to illustrate to you what it means to New Haven. Now, keep in mind, this does not even include the cliff that we've been talking about for a year now. And I'll talk more about the cliff later. That cliff has to do with the fact that for 2 years now, we have enjoyed a steady ABA number because the state held us harmless because of COVID. So this doesn't even factor that in, because if it did, it would be worse. So let's just pretend we don't have none of those dynamics. And there's COLA, meaning our revenue in the current year will go up by 5.33%. So we calculated that, and it's estimated to be 5.6 million, let's say. Now with those, we would then take away the losses based on the different dynamics that are happening to us. And of course, there are savings that also happen when you decline in student numbers. You also save in some areas, right? So with that, we then say, okay, what do we get for ADA? And if we lose 300, what is that loss to us? So we're using 300 here because that's in fact what we are projecting to lose next year. Now remember, from prior year to now, we actually lost 329 students, which is, 328, which is 78 over what we projected that we would lose. So as you can see, they are in red. From that 5.6 million, we're going to take away 3.2 million. And then there's cost escalation in certain areas that are underfunded by the state. SPED is one of those examples. And in our district, that cost escalation from year to year has never been below $1 million. There are years that it's actually very to the north of 1 million. So we take that away. And then we all know this. There was legislative action to include a programmed escalation of CERS and PERS. We have those on schedule. And for 22-23, combine those two, it's actually almost 2 million. Now I'm adding that here because remember, we have to do this. We were told by the state that we have to do this, but they didn't give us a separate line item, a separate funding for it. All of these competes with what we get from LCFF. So there are some savings that would negate some of those losses, as you can see, because if you have 300 fewer students, assuming they are in sweet bundles of 30, you also would need, assuming a ratio of 30-1, you also would need 10 fewer teachers. In our district, that average is about 119,000. So we're adding that there because it's negating some of the losses. So as you can see there, that COLA from 5.3%, when we factor all of these in, we're really benefiting about 0.6% of that number. So I hope that was helpful illustration in terms of what that means to us in our New Haven environment. So I talked about the state factors. These are our own district factors: enrollment, average daily attendance, which is how we are funded, and of course the unduplicated pupil percentage. All of these play a role in calculating what we get under the formula. Now, we track this. For the current year, we obviously were showing adopted budget. Oops. Sorry, Tony. I'm trying to point something. Okay. I'm going to fast forward. Excuse me. Oh, it's right there. So as you can see, we went from what did we do when we adopted the budget? At that time, we said, well, we're probably going to lose 250 students. Therefore, that 10,770 in the prior year, we projected that we will have 10,520. That's how we adopted our budget. In first interim, we had preliminary numbers for CalPAS. They weren't certified yet, and at that time, those numbers said that we have 10,496. And again, that's not certified number. By the time we are where we are now, which is second interim, those numbers have been certified, and we actually have 10,442. So as you can see, we lost more than what we projected to lose. The second line of this, and then in the out years, as you can see, we're
we're continuing that trajectory of losing 300 per year. There's no sign or reason to believe that we won't. We hope it's not bigger than 300, but for now, that's what we are projecting. In terms of the ADA, that's how we get paid. As you can see, the first three columns are the same, and that's really because of the whole term list. That's the same number that we were allowed to use by the state for 2021. So when we put all of those factors in the calculator, we get this. So we always compare the previous reporting period to where we are now, and compared to the first interim, our LCFF revenue went up by 123,000. And when we looked at it, that really is a function of the higher unduplicated pupil count or pupil percentage. And what I want to show here, I'm afraid to touch this because it kind of changed something. Oh, there you go. Oh, see, did it again. Maybe I shouldn't do the pointer. Forget it. Sorry, I'm not. I'm trying to point. So how do I point to something? Okay, forget it. I know we've gone over these before, but these are the different components of the local control funding formula. You know, your ADA, the first column. What do we get from base? What do we get for grade span? Because the state actually kicks in a little sweetener there for grades K-3 and for grades 9 to 12. What do we get for supplemental? So in the end, you know, and there's that COLA of 5.07 that's actually funded for this year and the unduplicated pupil enrollment. So bottom line is our revenue under the LCFF compared to the first interim report, which I presented to you in December, is higher by 123,000. So talking about hold harmless and the cliff, because that's supposed to sunset this year, we took a look at what it would look like if, let me back up. There are a couple of laws that have been proposed that are intended to soften the blow of that cliff, right? There's at least 3 that I've heard about. One that is gaining a lot of attention is the one that would take the prior 3 years rolling average, and that's what we would get. We would be given that choice because right now for declining districts like us, we have 2 choices. If we decline, we have a choice to use the prior year. If the current year is higher, we have a choice to use the current year. This proposed law says, well, if the prior 3-year rolling average is higher than either of those, you can use that. And that is what is being projected here. So as if you look at 22-23 columns, the top section says, if we stay in the current law, if that proposal doesn't come to fruition, if it doesn't become law, our revenue for 22-23 would be 3.3 million lower. And of course, that's a comparison of the current year. So there's 3.3 million lower than where we are now. If that law passes, we would actually gain 2.76 million. When you think about it, if that law passes, that's a $6 million swing because it's not only equalizing the loss that we would otherwise get, it also gives you 2.7 million. So we're hoping that law would pass because as you can see here, it's illustrated, it helps us a great deal for 22-23. It would soften that blow as the intent. So with all of those numbers, we are required to develop or update our multi-year projection. Before we go to the 3-year projection though, and you heard this actually from Mr. Snelling talking about, he talked about this earlier in his comment. I wanted to show you adjustments to the ending balance or the impact of the ending balance based on the work that was done from the previous reporting period to now. So that unrestricted ending balance in the second interim is higher by 1.2 million. We listed all of those things that added to that variance of 1.2. And when you look at it, a lot of it really is on the fact that we couldn't hire people. So we adjust those. We set vacancies in the beginning of the school year. It's a full vacancy because the assumption is we will be able to hire for the full year. When we're halfway through that year and we still haven't hired,
There are savings. We drop those in the bottom line. Between now and estimated actuals, if we still haven't hired for those vacancies, some more of it will go to the bottom line, and that's how it works. We're not going to keep the budget there when we know we haven't hired those people. And as an example, we have, let's say we have 2 months left in the school year. It's reasonable to drop some of the money that we budgeted for it. And that's how these adjustments take place. So here's the updated multi-year projection for unrestricted. It looks good because of the increase in COLA projection. And by that, I mean, there is no, we're able to balance the 3 years the way that it is without making any augmentation to our budget. However, we can't run away from the deficit spending, as you can see there. Can't miss them, they're in red. So that is our reality based on the way that schools like us are funded. So this is unrestricted because at the end of the day, it really is what matters to us, because the restricted side are restricted to programs and other, they're slated for very specific things. However, we still provide you with that visual. The main difference really is the line third before the last. Those are the restricted balances that are derived from those programs. So we added other, what we hope would be helpful information for you. There's such an infusion of one-time dollars. It's so, I don't want to use the word unprecedented anymore, but it really is. As you can see, this whole list of all the one-time funding that we've gotten from the beginning, we've been tracking these, and we wanted to be able to give you an update on what they are, how much is spent at this point in each of those different program categories. All of those are one-time dollars, except for the very last item, which was presented to you just before me, which is the ELOP, and that one is ongoing. At this point in time, the commitment from the governor is that this is an ongoing program. So that's good for us. One of the things that we also wanted to illustrate is the dynamics in a declining district. Theoretically speaking, and I know you've heard Superintendent talk about this before, a declining district declining isn't really a problem, right? Because quite frankly, when you do that, your per capita revenue becomes higher because your population is shrinking. The challenge for us and many other districts is the right sizing is not happening or cannot happen at the same degree that we are losing that revenue. And here's an illustration of that. So again, I'm using 300 because that actually is not an unreasonable number based on our experience in the last 5 years or 10 years. Using a ratio of 30 to 1, these are the assumptions I'm putting in there. And again, assuming that the 30 kids are all in one class, what we get per ABA, which is the 10,178, and that is prorated to 95%. Again, we trying to be as realistic and reasonable as we can be, because our attendance to enrollment ratio is actually, well before COVID, is actually about 95%. The cost, average cost in terms of savings for one FTE of a classroom staff, and additional overhead that we spend per student. Let's just put $100 per student. When we take those assumptions and we apply them, and we lose 300 students, multiplied by the 10,178, we lose 3 million. We save, however, from fewer staffing, we save 1.2 million. We also save for supplies, perhaps some utilities there. Utility maybe not so, because you still have to light the classrooms even if you have fewer students. But we save, let's just say that we would save $30,000 per kid. So from that scenario, what we lost in revenue does not really solve what we save in terms of the other areas. And this is just an illustration that we wanted to share with you.
This is something that I've been using for the last year or so now. It's just like a high level, 30,000 foot level of where we are at each reporting period. As I mentioned earlier, the higher COLA projected for 22-23 solved our 3-year projection, meaning we can balance those 3 years without that. I mean, we can balance the 3 years without any additional cuts or any reductions at this point. So before you is the second interim report. In the later part of the agenda, you would be requested to adopt the second interim budget update. We, of course, are working on, we'll be working on budget development, which we actually started already in January, starting with enrollment projections, which really drive a lot of the pieces that have to go into the process. Enrollment projection, which would drive the preliminary classroom staffing allocations. It will also drive the per pupil school site allocations, which will actually be sent to our principals this week, as we do every year. So that's part of that process, and our staff and fiscal will also be setting up meetings, individual meetings with our site principals and program directors to go over their budgets for the coming year based on the latest information that we have now. So what we want, our goal is that our program directors and managers and site principals would have their budget. They would know what to expect for the coming year by the time we get to the end of April, because we want them to leave for the summer knowing what they can plan for. So that is something that we do on an annual basis for budget development process. And the rest of the activities in terms of our finances are on the screen. As part of the budget 22-23 adoption, that data would also include our estimated actuals for the current year. So like I said, if there are vacancies that are still vacant, there's going to be more savings. And all of those will be reflected in our 21-22 estimated actuals. And of course, leading to the public hearing and the adoption of both the budget and the LCAP. So that concludes my presentation. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments? Trustee Chima.
Slide.
On slide 13. So 3-year projections are 23-24, current year and the ending balance. So we will have almost $20 million, right? For that year, yes, before all the required designations and reserves. Right. So what is the requirement for the 3% final project? You need to have the balance. What is the requirement? It is to the tune of 4.2 million, which you can see on the screen.
If I can just clarify, this is the combined fund. You might want to go to the.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
Probably better to talk about this.
Yeah, that's right.
This is the slide you want to look at.
Unrestricted. So we need to go to the unrestricted, right? Slide 12.
Yes.
So that comes to the $9 million. So what is the requirement for us to have 3%?
Yes, for a district our size, the state required is 3%.
And that will be around
4.2 million.
4.2 million. I see. Okay. Just for my own knowledge. Thank you so much for presenting us the comprehensive budget to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Campbell.
I just want to continue to thank your team for putting a budget so that we are not, so we are positively certified and we are not finding ourselves with the deficit spending and then having to have major cuts on other years. So it's good to see what the suggestions are so we could divide that money so it's not as painful as it would have been if we didn't do anything and then wait for the time when things are really tough. So thank you for doing a great job of making sure that's happening appropriately.
Thank you. Any other trustees have comments or questions? Trustee Gonzalez.
Yeah, some of the claims on public speaking, how do you debunk their argument? Are their claims way off? I think it was a claim like $29 million, and if we use the sale of the Cabello property, I just want to know how to respond to them.
So as you can see, let's use this slide, for example, for unrestricted. At this point, of course, we have 4 months, 5 months to go. We are projecting that by the time we close the books, we will have 21.9 million in ending balance. As I mentioned earlier, if by the time we're doing our estimated actuals, vacancies are still unfilled, savings that we can identify, those will be adjusted. That 29.9, I'll be the first person to tell you, would be a different number. And it would likely be higher than 21.9. That is not an unusual phenomenon in school district finance, because that is the reality. We budget or we allocate to plan based on the spending plan. And that is why to code, we have the ability, or the law allows us to make those adjustments throughout the year. Because otherwise, we would be looking at a very out of balance budget based on what was adopted and what was closed. That's why we have the interim reports, to be able to make those adjustments.
Okay, any questions? This is good. Okay, anybody else? I, just for the good of everyone who's listening, what is the law, what is the proposed bill name, do you know?
The proposed name of the law?
Like the bill number, like AB?
I believe it's Senate Bill 830, but I will double check, but that's somehow that's flashing in my mind, but I will definitely get that for you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
And then I have a follow-up question, what was just asked. So when we're looking at these ending year balances, we have to subtract the non-spendable from that, right?
Correct.
What about this assigned number? Is that also being subtracted?
No, actually, assigned it's just not detailed here, but in the detailed reports that goes to, and we've been depending on that. Actually, it's what we refer to as a savings account that would float us based on the unknowns. Like right now, we saw a big disruption in enrollment, and it's not just us, right? Our neighbors are doing the same thing. We don't know what next year would look like. Right now, we're projecting a drop of 300. That could be anything. So it's things like that. And again, another thing that is hinging on is, what if the cliff does happen, and what if that law doesn't get passed? So it's there. It's a protection for us, not only for the near term in terms of what might happen or what might not happen, but also for things that that we cannot put in the budget in the current year because it's not in our financial system, but things that we know we need to set aside for in the near term, which is the next 2 years. And by the way, we are in 21-22, which is why right now 22-24 is the third out year. When we develop the 22-23, that's going to be the immediate second year, and that's going to become more reality to us. And the third out year will be added to that column.
Got it. And these numbers don't include the cliff for the.
Right now, these numbers, as I mentioned in my report, and I implore you to read the budget executive summary. This is following current law. We're not going to build an assumption that still is out there. Our budget will not be approved by the county if we do that.
Okay, thank you so much for your excellent presentation and explanation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're done with section 8 and we're on to section 9. Information items 9.1 is our board resolution update. So in January, we passed a resolution honoring Black History Month, and our school sites engaged in activities honoring this month. And so we are now going to have a presentation on some of the examples of how this resolution was celebrated in schools.
Yeah, we'll keep this, I think, since this will be a monthly item, when we have these things, we'll just, the intent, I think, was to show examples, right? And, so it isn't intended to be anything lengthy, just an example of some things that happen across the district. For example, Kitayama, they had a student work on their Words of Wisdom projects. Logan had a variety of things going on. And again, you can scroll through these more at your own leisure. They're on they're embedded in the agenda. Lots of great stuff going on. And this is just a sampling of the different things that are happening out there. Crest, CCHS, Mirror. I think they have a whole podcast thing going on, right? Is that, yeah, that's right. IBCMS, Servals. That's all right, and then of course we have, as you know, we have a bunch of resources that are Mr. Bizzani's team have curated, and they're doing that for each of the resolutions. This was a board request a while back, so they're curating them by a resolution type per month. And so this month we have Women's History Month up and available for teachers and parents and anybody else who's interested. So that's just a sampling of activities for Black History Month. Next month in April, we'll have Women's History Month to share.
All right, thank you very much. Our next item is 9.2. That's you, Dr. Thompson, an update regarding our masking guidelines.
All right, and this one, I think this is pretty well established right now that on March 1st, things changed significantly. For us, not only did the CDC shift from a mandate to strongly recommending across California, but Cal OSHA for employees shifted their recommendation to mirror that, and that was that will when the board decides to lift the mandate in our district, that will affect our employees as well. On March 3rd, just last week, the Alameda County Public Health Department changed their guidelines to align with the state. And then for schools across the state, at the end of the workday on March 11th, the indoor mask mandate is no longer required, but strongly recommended. And so for any school activity starting on March 12th, that's a Saturday moving forward, they're not required. But school districts have the option of going along with that recommendation or implementing something more stringent, such as keeping the mask mandate. So this is all pretty quick. It's only the 8th of March, and this all came about starting on the 1st of March. And in Alameda County, we didn't know what was going to happen until the 3rd of March. So this is happening fast. A lot of districts have already decided what they were going to do. The ones that I'm aware of locally, San Leandro, Dublin, San Ramon, Livermore, San Francisco started saying they would have masks required, and then reversed course yesterday and said that they're not. Piedmont, Alameda, Mount Diablo, Napa, Fremont will be deciding tomorrow, and according to the superintendent down there, his recommendation will be to shift from a mandate to making it a strong recommendation. So that's where Fremont's heading. And so for us, I thought it would be helpful to take a look at our local case rate data and what's happened over the last few weeks. So it wasn't too long ago where we had a lot of cases. These are the people that are testing positive in our system. So from 184, 183, 61, 26, and then last week we only had 20 across our entire system. So our trend is mirroring what's happening in Alameda County and across the state in terms of the reduced amount of COVID-19 in our system. So based on the what's happening with locally and with what's happening across the county, my recommendation is that the board adopt the county's guidelines and shift the masking mandate from mandatory to strongly recommended. And I'm basing that on our local conditions that seem to be mirroring what's happening again across the county and across the state. And we have been very successful, as I think one of the callers pointed out. We've consistently followed Alameda County Public Health Department guidelines. It served us well so far, and staying the course, I think, makes the most sense at this point in time. But again, this is where we can jump off and have some discussion about it. Some other options that I'll float out for consideration. One, obviously, we could follow ACPHD. Two, we could adopt other. What did I say on this slide? Hang on. There we go. We could return to, or follow the ACPH guidelines, but put in a caveat, kicker. So, for example, if we tie to some metrics such as the CDC's high community level, they have a tiered system now. That would be an option that would automatically reimpose the mask mandate. The only caution I'll say to that is I saw this morning in an article, and it's an article, but apparently a lot of the counties in California, the color coding that in the medium range, they were being challenged, the counties were challenging them. And it turns out, according to this article, that CDC was using data that was a month old. So they're now no longer in the yellow. And so this is the challenge with trying to tie it to a metric that they changed, but it is an option. The other one is to continue indoor masking throughout the year, or to continue it, for a period of time and set a date where we would reevaluate. Another option would be to, and this is the one that I think probably if you're going to adopt makes sense in terms of not tying the metric, is to make it clear that if there's a motion that goes forward to follow the county guidelines, that it would also come with the caveat that the board reserves the right at any time to impose the mask mandate based on local conditions. So those are options for consideration. And I kind of summarized them on this slide. I won't review them again. One of the things I want to share and get out to our community is that regardless of what we decide tonight, I think moving forward, being respectful of people's decisions to choose how they want to, if we choose, the board chooses to keep the mask mandate in place, then that needs to be respected. If the board chooses to follow the ACPHD guidelines, then we need to respect individuals' rights to continue the mask if they want to. And I think that's really important. I also liked NHTA President Angelis's when he spoke, he talked about understanding that this is coming at some point, but reinforcing when we do make the decision, the importance of masking and the other mitigation measures that we have in place. And that's something we can certainly do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over for any discussion that you want to have. This is agendized, as you know, as an action item down the line.
Yes, and then Calderon.
So for option number 5, we'd be adopting any of the options that you listed from 1 through 4, but I'm just double checking. But we'd be including our own statement that says that we could be returning to an indoor masking mandate if we feel that our district needs it.
Yeah, I think the intent here, and it's just a suggestion or an option, that would be that, if the board adopted something like, say, the county guidelines, making it clear that, if local conditions change, the board reserves the right to be able to return and make a decision to reinstate the mask mandate. I mean, that probably goes without saying that we'd have that option, but, making it clear to the community that's something we're willing to do if need be. That was the intent of that.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Trustee Gonzalez?
Yeah, so, I have mixed feelings about this. I'm very open-minded when it comes to masks. I love to take off a mask as a teacher and talk to the kids. And when it comes to reading a story with the kids or calling on it, it's very difficult. And I can't wait for that day to come. But I will mention my district that I work for as a teacher, Hayward. We're a little more stricter over there, and Monday they're going to make it optional outside during recess masks are gonna be optional, which is great. But still mandated, and they're gonna enforce the indoors, in the classrooms, wearing a mask. But they also included in the email they sent out that the AC, PhD, with the last 28 days positive cases, and Hayward and Union City are in the blue, which is the most cases here for positive cases. So I'm just putting that information out there. So when we come to our decision, and again, I have no really suggestion right now, but I'm very open-minded to what the rest of y'all think. And so I just want to put that information out.
Thank you. I have a question. Are we prepared with signage showing that masks are strongly recommended to put up at school sites? Should we adopt the ACPHE guidelines?
We can certainly pull that together, but no, not at this moment. But that's something we could definitely get something together for that.
Okay. I will concur with Trustee Gonzalez that I did look at the ACPHD numbers, and I think Union City was a little lighter blue than Hayward, but our district doesn't include South. So it's good to know that our neighboring communities. Oh, there you go. This was dark blue last time we checked. So thank you for showing that to me. Anyway, so I do believe we need to come to consensus is what our motion will be. That's
in the action item, it says that.
Yeah, or do we do that?
No, this is just a discussion point. You can actually do that when somebody can make a motion and then, it'll go through its normal course. I think that should just.
Yes, Member Conlon.
If whatever it is that the board decides to do, how's it gonna work for opposing schools for athletic events and such? Like NCS, the tournament's a good example. We were requiring masks indoors. Even if our school was to lift, or our district was to lift the mask mandate, yes, we're all within Union City, our community. What does it really mean for when we do have these major tournaments and we have people coming from, further away that may not have as, positive, case rates as, so we may not have as many positive case rates as them, vice versa, just different, situations like that. But do we not have an idea of how that may work yet?
I can address that. Yeah, the CIF has its own guidelines for that. We've been following them. For example, we had the NCS wrestling tournament here where we had hundreds of wrestlers and thousands of people here, and we did not see an uptick in case. In fact, it went down the following week. So we're following the CIF guidelines, and they vary by sport a little bit, but those have been in place for a long time now.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? I want to thank you, Dr. Thompson, for putting together such a comprehensive report to help us make a good decision. Next is 9.3, items from the board and the superintendent. Member Calderon, do you want to go first?
Sure, we can start off in a positive area. Well, first, my own little positivity. I am back home as of Thursday, so thank you for all the support that you have all shown me, my family. We've had family services from multiple different sites, just because I, work with a bunch of, the old teachers from my middle schools and elementary schools that I've heard work, so they reached out, supported me, my family, so thank you everyone for that. Many things, many things going on at Logan. Right now, tomorrow is our blood drive with Red Cross, so after this, I'll be going home, getting some sleep. Tomorrow, I'll be donating Power Red Blood along with many others, part of our community. So, hopefully that's a good success. I'll make sure to capture some pictures. We can upload those and put a little bit of light on that. Also, we are in the planning. It has moved the dates from being the 14th to the 18th of March to April 25th to April 29th, but there's a committee of us that I am on, along with two of our administrators, Mr. Papa and Ms. Rania El Khalifi,
we're doing a consent week with a bunch of our students. Each year we try to focus, on a different awareness week. This year is kind of like 2019, but to make it more educational, informative, but in a way that our students can genuinely benefit from it and not feel like it wasn't a successful, beneficial type of week. So that is something that we're planning. There's like 16 of us, I believe. We have the students that have spoken at the board meetings, I think it was 2 or 3 board meetings ago. Our members of the Students Against Sexual Assault and Harassment Club. Many of them are part of the committee, the Grow Up Club. In addition to that, the Student Initiative Committee, which I also uplead, and then our ASD Executive Cabinet. So we have a bunch of different things planned for that. We have an assembly day with a guest speaker and some student skits. We have a restorative circle to kind of just have a open and honest conversation about feelings and concerns with sexual harassment and assault. We have educational booths that we'll have out one day during lunch. A hope and healing day to talk about mental health resources and to kind of just go over, towards the end of the week, how we can support our students in closing, and then a self-love celebration to end off the week in a positive way, and providing each individual with a little bit of comfort. And then we also, on February 28th, we had a staff meeting, and our activities director, Mr. Phil, kind of went over just what's consent week, what to expect kind of for our teachers. Just so that's more of a, not so much of a unexpected thing, should I say. I believe, not only planning prom, but we are close to skit season, or we are in skit season, should I say. That's a very big thing for our Logan community. We haven't had that in 2 years. So we are looking at the 28th to April 1st to celebrate skits and to kind of have just a fun time with all of our students and kind of to help each student, look a little bit more into right now with the prep, looking a little bit more into whatever passions or hobbies they may find, acting, dancing, different things like that. And, kind of show it off to the student body in a positive way, come together as, one school, one community, and use a story that would help us dig a little bit deeper into different things that we've noticed on campus. That's what a lot of the stories are about, is what we notice on campus and how are we using this theme of, what is it, Marvel, to kind of go over, a little bit more of in a fun way of these situations and just, all the different things that we have going on campus. Other than that, and due to our voting registration students, that was very beneficial. I was there the day of. That was a lot of fun. For me, I already got my little slip in the mail as well. My mom was like, "You're not even 17 and you're getting stuff in the mail for voting?" So just stuff like that. And thank you for all that very, very informative presentations tonight.
Thank you very much. Trustee Callis, would you like to go next?
Sure. I'll start with my thank yous. Again, I'd like to thank Shamsa Rafay, Seth Saman, Julie Dunkey from the League of Women Voters for their leadership in registering, helping students register, like Mr. Calderon here, and as well as the students, Logan students who volunteered and registered over 900 students. That's amazing civic engagement. I would also like to thank our district for providing resources for the celebration of Women's History. And I went on the website and did see what we have now. So that is great. It would be nice to have students someday to just look at the pictures and the descript one word, and they'll be able to name the person once they know what they were doing. So that's great. Thank you so much. Also would like to thank the district for the schools actually, and the students for their showing us examples of their activities to honor the Black History Month as well. I wanted to put a record in thanking Mr. Wang, Peter Gong, and their team for their donations as well. So thank you for that. I'd also like to congratulate the over 700 Logan students who have received the superintendent's honor roll. That's for maintaining 4.0 GPA. That's just so impressive, and it's something to recognize. If I were a newspaper person, that would be a big news. We have 900 students at Logan, approximately, and we have 700 getting a 4.0 GPA. That's impressive. So congratulations for that. I'm excited about our bus sighting. Every time I saw San Leandro, I'm not saying ours, I'm going, oh, kids need to be coming here. And I love the short phrases, but so impactful and powerful in letting the world know that our graduates could survive anywhere in the world and do well. So excited about that. And it's already been mentioned that today is International Women's Day. And this is a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievement of women worldwide. But it's also a call to action, not just to know that they have been contributing, but to put the action to accelerate women's equality. We're in 2022, but we still have a long ways to go as far as equality and equity. And we are doing our roles here in Union City by educating our children in our community. And I also like to thank our district for putting it on social media, recognizing this day by encouraging people to help women fortune equality and women's achievements and raise awareness about what is happening and against bias and take action for equity. Another thing I'm very excited about is Thursday. Who would have thought that the Education Secretary of the United States will be in Union City? So that is really exciting to have someone, the mountain is coming down to us to listen, to find out what we need regarding addressing the mental health issues of our students in our community. So that's really exciting. As far as the scholarships for the foundation, in the past, we had only 3 scholarships and we had in the hundreds applicants. I don't know what happened this year. We have 4 scholarships, but we only have about 80 applicants. That's almost like 33% only of what we used to get. So I'm not sure if the word got out to students or not, but not that I like reading all those and use on my weekends, but it's just really interesting how the number of applicants have decreased 2/3 of what we used to have. So I'm wondering how that happened. And my last comment is AXBA has a Facebook that shares current information related to education on local level, which not only talks about our district, but other districts as well. Also the county, what's happening in education as far as the county is concerned, and the state and the federal government. I would like to commend Mrs. Calderon about being so informed, because I see him reading all these things all the time, and he's so updated about what is happening not only in our district, but also in other districts and county and the state and the federal government as far as education is concerned. So kudos to you for being so informed, because an informed person makes better decisions. Thank you so much.
Okay. So a lot going on, kind of pile on to Trustee Campbell about the superintendent award. That was very, very impressive. My student was actually one of them, and it's been one for as long as she's been in high school, so it's amazing. I did also want to acknowledge the really historical events that are happening in Ukraine. And I know that there's not much that a school board can do on something as grand as the events that are happening right now, other than just to acknowledge that it's going on and at least individually, I would say that I, stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and it breaks my heart to see everything that's going on right now. Additionally, I did, with heavy heart, I did want to acknowledge the passing of our teacher at Pioneer, Casey Rodriguez. I know that she's touched many lives, and I really wanted to be at the ceremony today. It conflicted with closed session, and otherwise I would have been there. But I did want to acknowledge, and I think President Mallory will be closing the meeting in her honor tonight. The last thing I'll talk about is Congressman Swalwell is sponsoring an East Bay Youth Council for students, or actually for young people that were born after January 2002. And that would be basically juniors and above. And the applications are open today through the 22nd. And you go to Congressman Swalwell's webpage to get more information on that. That's all I have.
So, did our district receive any information from the Congressman Swalwell's office regarding the youth council? I'm asking.
Yeah, we put that out several times.
Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure that because they reached out to our other members as well. So thank you. For me, I attended one of the Parents Advisory Group for meeting with the district, and I think whatever the parents they have expressed their concerns or their what they're looking into the school district, that report might have been submitted to you by Ms. McCarthy already, or maybe she was there.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're talking about. The
Parents Advisory Group, Parents Advisory Group.
Yeah, they haven't submitted anything to me.
They have not.
Our representative is, I think it's Mikey McKelly from Kentucky Parents. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
Good thing. Right. So, and also tomorrow, this Thursday, we have a mission by the RP meeting. As I mentioned, our superintendent there, Mr. Hanson, he has some health issues going on here, so I'm praying for his speedy recovery myself. So that's it for me.
Yes.
We're going to LA.
Yeah.
Okay. You might just start to talk to you and then.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So it was tonight was it felt like a normal meeting, and it was a breath of fresh air to see a packed audience. Usually we have very good staff out there in the audience talking to ourselves and mirrors, feels like, just staff.
To each other.
Yeah. So that was great. Yeah, to have it packed. That's what it felt like in years past, and so when people would be trying to fight over a seat. So there's a great event. Shout out to the students that came up and spoke. Shout out to the Logan teacher, Mr. Anderson, doing a really great job. Go by there and commend him. Next time I'm up in Logan, want to stop by his classroom. I know it's just a great experience for students to go to a real formal setting and speak out. And so for him to encourage them, that kind of activism, I give applause to him. So one of the most difficult things, I know I would be too shy to come in high school, I haven't really come into my own. And so for those students that already come there, that's just a great experience. It's good. I see them going further with that. They can do it once, they can do it somewhere else. And so that's really great. On February 25th, my wife and I, even my brother, we attended a Logan varsity girls basketball game in Danville. It was versus Monte Vista. And It was the first event, sporting event we went since the pandemic, and so we were super excited, and it was a great experience. And I can honestly say, if you would give me tickets to the Warriors game or to watch the NCS tournament there, the championship game, you know, I would have took to see my alma mater, Logan, varsity girls play, you know, anytime. And so, and I actually sat there with Coach Jackson. He's Cesar Chavez Middle School ladies coach there. And right behind me was Principal Bolt from Logan. And so I was up in the mix. I actually knew three parents that their kids were on the team. And it was just super exciting, getting caught up in the the rally cries, let's go Logan, stomping our feet, you know, getting caught up in the moment there. And it was a great time. And so my wife got how like the spirit, the pride of Logan, and you know, I mean, it's not just, you know, you have kids there, but it's staff, you know, parents, students, they come out of Logan with that pride, immense pride. And so I reverted back to all the Logan games I went to. It was super exciting, super amazing. And my wife got it. Okay, our kids are going to come to Logan. I get it now. You know, it's an amazing place. And so just that event happened. Unfortunately, the game, they lost that game, but you know, they did a really great job. I want to give them credit for taking it that far. In other news, I'm looking forward to visiting a lot more schools where I'm going to be on paternity leave very soon. And the next time you see me, I'm going to be a father. So yeah, I'll be, during my paternity leave, I'll be leaving to, I'll be visiting schools during my time, try to get in some schools and make room to see what's going on. Schools, I'm going to do the 40 questions also. One thing I do want to say about paternity leave, I found out though that it's not really maternity leave or paternity leave. You got to use your sick time during that time. And so I just really wish there would be an assembly bill out there for something like this that encourages. You know, there should be, the state should fund that maternity leave for educators. Encourage them, the folks, to go into teaching, to have children, increase our birth rate, and teachers, yeah, educators. We got to keep this professionalized, this field, and so give them an incentive to become a teacher. So. That concludes my report.
Yeah, we're just gonna add, work with the assembly person, they could put a bill out there.
Yeah. Thank you. I guess I will go ahead. Sure. Unless, okay. All right. So I would also like to recognize that today is International Women's Day. And it's very important to honor women and their contributions because, you know, women have been kept out of history, women have been discriminated against, there's still the pay gap. I could go on. So if you're listening out there at 9:26 in the evening, please think of a woman who's inspired you in your life and let her know that she's done so. Okay. I do want to give a special thanks to Shamsa Rafay and Julie Dunbolt. Thank you. I'm not good with me. And all the students, as well as Mtss.
That's Emma.
And all the students that registered, fellow students to vote. That's wonderful. You know, for many years, we've always talked about how young people are not having high voter turnout. So anything we can do to correct that is great. And I'm so excited. Thank you, Student Member Calderon, that our youth are getting way more excited about civic engagement and activism. That was apparent tonight with all the students that came to speak about their concerns to the school board. That's always desired. It's always welcomed. We always want feedback, from our future generations of leaders. And then I would also like to thank Mr. Peter Gong and his staff and Mr. Jeff Wayne for the donation of the sanitizer to our district. It's very great things that the community has done to support us during COVID, during the pandemic. I want to commend the 700 Logan students who are on the superintendent's honor roll. And I want to say that I saw our billboard advertisement on 880 in Whipple. And I was very impressed with how quickly that happened. It was the same week, I believe, that we approved the logo and the everything in the communications and advocacy committee. And I was driving home and I was like, oh my gosh! So that was really great. And then on to more serious things. I do want to say that, I stand in solidarity with Ukraine and all the terrible things that are happening right now. My heart goes out to the community, to anyone who's family there, anyone who's from there. And I know that our district will be ready to accept any refugees, just like we did with the Afghan refugees who came over. So we'll be ready as a community, as we always have been. And then I want to recognize the passing of one of our teachers, Casey Rodriguez at Pioneer Elementary School. Condolences to her family, her colleagues, her students, her friends, anyone that, it's really hard losing someone so influential in our community as a teacher. Adding on to that, I would like to honor Terry Sandoval, who recently passed last week. She was a labor organizer since 2013. She worked with unions such as SEIU, ULTCW, AFL-CIO, and UHW. She was extremely instrumental during COVID-19 in supporting our healthcare workers and the strike that happened at Kaiser, and making sure that our healthcare workers were taken care of and safe. And she was also the chair of our local Alameda County Democratic Party. And it was very unexpected that she passed. She's a great woman. Everyone who knows her thinks of her as kind, hardworking, and always advocating for people and being an ally, to many different communities. I know for me as an LGBTQ plus person, I always felt that she was a staunch ally to me and to my community, and many other people in other communities feel the same. So when we do adjourn, I'd like to adjourn in honor of Terry Sandoval, Casey Rodriguez, and in solidarity with Ukraine. You all agree? And then that, Dr. Thompson.
Yes.
Yes.
That we have to have a resolution to extend the time of the meeting because we started at 6:30 and it's 9:30 already. Do we have to do that?
If we go past 10,
Yeah, it's scheduled until 10 o'clock.
I think we can do it. I think we can make
We
it.
can make it. All right, let's go.
To that end, I'll be quick. Superintendent's honor roll is fantastic. It's one of my favorite events of the year. 701 students out of 3,600 achieving a 4.0 or greater. Amazing. And it was super fun to be there. That was just great. Want to thank Communication Advocacy and Mr. Mattis's team for, as you pointed out, President Mallory, getting our enrollment engagement activities fully underway. So that was great. We have, as you know, that Dr. Rios and the Scholars Program starts with 25 of our at Promise kids next week. So we're excited about that. Javier Becerra, who I believe is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, not Education, right? I think he's Health and Human Services. Is he?
It's Health and Human Services.
Health and Human Services, I think. Yeah. And so he'll be here Thursday. I'll be there if anybody wants to go. I know it's last minute and it's during the workday, but Marcus Lamb will be representing us on the roundtable. And anybody else wants to go, just email that. I sent you that link in your email. Let's see. We did, as far as the Ukraine goes, the Marcus's department, the Student and Family Services Department, did an initial assessment, and we're not aware of any families in our community that are directly affected, but if they are, and I'll put it out there, please let us know, because we have support services and they're well positioned to help with that, similarly to what they did. And I want to thank Mr. Lamb and his team for when we found out about our teacher, Ms. Rodriguez, and her passing. They did a great job of going and supporting the staff at Pioneer, and made it as, that's not easy by any means, but they helped make it better. And lastly, I want to thank Mr. Bazzani and his team for the presentations, and Ms. Selzman for your staff for getting the second interim going. And with that, we'll keep moving so we can get that 10 o'clock mark.
All right, go. Thank you. We are now on committee reports. 10.1, report from the Budget and Finance Committee. That would be Member Callis or Gonzalez.
Did you want to go, Member Gonzalez?
No,
Well, you heard most of the presentation. We received one, but I think I want to emphasize was the fact that the 5.33 COLA, that seems to be a lot of money. It's not really a lot of money after we have subtracted all the other things that are happening that needs to be funded. So I just want to highlight that as far as what we heard from our meeting. It's the same thing that you got, so I don't want to repeat the information. I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you. Oh, next meeting will be in May.
Okay. And then next is the Communication and Advocacy Committee. Trustee Nishihira, I'll let you do that because I've been talking about that.
Sure. Last meeting was on February 16th. We approved the enrollment campaign update. The enrollment campaign materials, like bus wraps and the digital sign. We actually iterated quite a bit, and they didn't start off the way that they ended up, and that was actually through the hard work of the committee and as well as our vendors, Spark. We also looked at the district website, and I think we gave it the green light to roll out. So looking forward to that. And we also talked about the school site templates and how those are going to be forming as well. So we made a lot of really great progress. More progress to come. We were going to talk about search engine optimization, but we have to table that for the next meeting. Next meeting is scheduled either March 16th or March 23rd. We're still figuring it out. And that's us. That's the committee.
Thank you very much. Policy Review Committee is next. We have our next meeting scheduled for Tuesday, March 22nd. We have not met since our last board meeting, so nothing to report there. And then we have other committee reports. Do we have a new even? Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Chair.
Yes, for New Haven Schools Foundation, the application period for this year has completed. It looks like we are going to be funding, currently we have about $160,950 for scholarships this year for our seniors. The scholarship luncheon is going to be on May 24th. And interestingly enough, it's going to be at Logan at the PAC. The board of directors wanted to thank the staff over at James Logan for all of the hard work that they're doing. They're really kind of saving our bacon, figuring out, well, we're still figuring out exactly what it's going to look like, but we definitely have a partnership from the staff, and the board of directors wanted to thank the staff here at the New High School District. Also, June 4th, there's going to be an event called Stars on Stage, and details on that can be found at the New Haven Schools Foundation website. That concludes the report.
Yeah, I already applied.
No, I was gonna say, our school board members,
Oh.
we have a really gifted person here.
And actually, there is actually, one more thing I did want to mention. Yes, the scholarship that my family sponsors, used to have upwards of 60 to 70 applicants. We had to remove some criteria and we got 8. So yes, that is there's definitely a trend. And I don't know if I can account it to just distractions or how busy everybody was, but we definitely got a drop in applicants. But the applicants that we did see are still really.
Yeah, well, we used to have like 200 to 300, now we have about 80.
Yeah.
That's really.
That's what we have.
Okay. Do you have any MDR?
We have, meeting this on
Thursday, okay, great. And then for AXPA, our next meeting is April 28th. Our topic will be what do community colleges offer high school students, such as dual enrollments in their classes. And we are deciding right now whether or not it will be virtual or in person or hybrid. So keep apprised. I'll let you know before. We'll have another meeting before then, and hopefully we'll have more information at that time. Does anybody else have any other committee reports? No, okay, great. Moving on. Action items. 11.1. We need to discuss what our motion will be. So.
I think it's a point of order. Someone needs to make a motion and then discuss it.
Okay, may I have a motion and second to adopt the Alameda County Public Health Department guidelines for indoor masking in schools?
I second.
We need a motion.
I will
move. Do I have a second? Again, this is just opening discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that pen motion, to include, the discretion of our district, our board to reinstate the mask mandate if local conditions dictate at the discretion of the board.
So that is number 5. That means you're saying that number 5.
Well, that's number 1 with number 5. It's okay.
Okay, so the person who moved is,
so we
did not get a second.
Well, can you clarify what we're doing right now? Because I'm confused. Are we saying number 1 and 5 or just number 1?
The motion was not seconded. So according to Robert's rules, we do not have a motion on the table.
Okay.
If someone would like to make a different motion, please go ahead. And I believe trustee Nishihira, in effect, made a motion to approve, accept the AC PhD guidelines with the stipulation that, with the understanding that the Board of Education may impose stricter masking requirements at any time due to changing local conditions in our school district. So do we have a second for that motion? Okay, Member Canlis has seconded that motion. Now we will discuss the motion combining options 1 and 5 your executive content. Okay, any discussion?
I like that motion.
Any questions, discussion, board members? It's student member Calderon.
Where do we see now that we have an idea for what is the goal? Well, hence the word goal, maybe not the right word to be using, but where do we have to stand for us to reinstate the mask policy? What does our Board of Education think is fit for that, if that is something we have thought of already?
I think with the unknowns out there, I think the board needs to maintain the flexibility to make that decision based on changing conditions, whatever they may be. It's hard to put a metric to it.
No, I understand.
I think if there may some conditions may be increased case rates with nurses. And so we can, we can ask for regular, if it increases for the staff to inform us.
Or even if there is a change from the Alameda County,
Right, so if we're adopting the county guidelines, should they change, then ours
Yes,
would
they will
automatically
change.
follow suit.
Of course.
But then we always have the option of increasing, having stricter mandates district-wide, should we feel like our particular district is having a surge or there's some condition or other reason why we would want to, bring back the mask mandate.
Yes, absolutely, and we could call a special meeting within basically 24 hours to do that if need be, so that's.
There is something that emergency or something.
And the guidelines is that it is strongly recommended that you still continue to mask. So that's the current guideline. So it's still leave it up to choice, but it is still strongly recommended and we'll clearly communicate that to our students.
If the board passes this motion, we will make sure that the messaging that goes out with signage, that's we can definitely do that too. That makes it very clear that masking is still strongly recommended.
Okay. Any other questions, discussion? Okay, so again, the motion is that we are accepting the AC/PhD guidelines with the understanding that the Board of Education may impose stricter masking requirements at any time due to changing local conditions in our school district. We all understand. Okay, roll call, please.
Calderon.
Aye.
Canvas.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swinhour.
Aye. The motion passes. And to know, when does this go into effect?
Practically speaking, for us, it'll be the Monday the 14th. But if there are events indoors that are taking place in school, and starting Saturday morning at 12, they could have events. So we'll get that out tomorrow. We have a principals meeting tomorrow. We'll definitely bust this out.
So effective the 12th. So please continue wearing your masks until then. All right. 11.2 is the consideration of expulsion. May I have a motion and second to expel student number 1 and to suspend this expulsion? The student shall be placed in our independent studies program to complete the remainder of the school year.
Point of order, on the motion, it should be suspending the enforcement.
Suspending the enforcement of the expulsion. So we have a motion and second to expel student number 1 and suspend the enforcement of this expulsion. The student shall instead be placed in our independent studies program to complete the remainder of the school year. So moved.
Second.
Wonderful. Roll call, please.
Calderon. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, student members do not vote on this.
Canvas.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swinhour.
Aye. Okay, 11.3, may I have a motion and second to approve resolution number 035-21-22, particular kinds of services, PKS, certificated layoff. So, do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I just want to clarify what we already clarified in writing along as for the people that these are the one-time money people, right? So they expected that this is coming, right?
And these certificated positions, these people have teaching positions in the system, so then we'll be going back to teaching positions in the system.
Thank you.
We should just
Yes.
eliminate positions.
Right. Right. So,
Question? Maybe in the future we can clarify more that this is not actually a way where we're going back to their original positions. If the positions are like special positions, and then they're going back to the teaching positions. We need to clarify because otherwise it gives the sense that, oh my God, we're not so many people. So, thank you. Yes, it's better than me.
okay, any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Calderon.
Aye.
Canvas.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swinhour.
Aye. Item 11.4, may I have a motion and second to approve resolution number 036-2122, reduction or elimination of classified and classified management services. So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion? No discussion, just we have a list of employees in the accepted content for the other agenda items, so I was looking for one to approve, but it was not, so. There's no. The resolution is listed under the, no, that's the only generic, and that executive content, they actually other than the names of employees.
Second.
It doesn't show it, right? It doesn't
Very
show.
bottom. It's at the very bottom. I'm looking at it.
For some, it doesn't show it in my,
You click on the attachment.
no, this is the attachment on the public content. That's the generic.
Down below. Are you logged in there?
Yes, I am logged in.
Yeah, I see it.
No, it's not here.
I have it.
Yeah, but it's already okay. Do you have it? Yeah, I'm checking right now. Refresh your pages.
The names are not here.
Names are not here for this item. Others ones for the teachers to avoid this one. Yeah, for the classy one, the classifiers, they were not here.
I think I saw them someplace else.
I have it. Yeah.
I don't not there. Have it either. Okay. That's all. I just want to mention that.
We should make sure that's fixed for next time.
And we can send that to you as well. We can do that in, we'll get that to you tomorrow.
Okay. I just want to make sure that other board members, they have access to that.
No, I think the names are listed in the names of the hirees and reassignment and so on. Right? Because I saw something.
No, that's for
I just don't see it there.
the certificates. That's for the certificate, not the classified. That's the normal report. That's under the, what's that one? Personal action service 12.3. That's different. Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, so on 11.3, I don't have a list. And of names, and on 11.4, I don't have a list.
So yeah, 11.3, there are no names attached because those are just nominating positions. 11.4 normally, and I swear I thought I saw a list of names there too, but it's not there,
Yeah.
Okay.
and Rory sees it on hers, so I don't know what.
I see it on 11.5.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we will proceed with the roll call. There's a motion.
Calderon.
Aye.
Gallus.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swin Mallory.
Aye. 11.5, may I have a motion and second to approve the non-reemployment of probationary certificated employees? So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Thank you for improving the list sheet.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions? All right, roll call.
Calderon.
Aye.
Gallus.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swin Mallory.
Aye. 11.6, may I have a motion and a second to approve the non-reemployment of temporary certificated employees? So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Calderon.
Aye.
Gallus.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swin Mallory.
Aye. 11.7, may I have a motion and second to approve the 2021-2022 second interim report and multi-year projections for 22-23 and 23-24? So moved. Second. Anybody?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
There were several, criteria, there were several, ones, they were like conditions were not met. So maybe I will, ask them later on in person, what was the reason for to not meet. I mean, some of them I was sure, but some of them I was not. But I will not ask it right now, so let's move forward.
Okay, roll call, please.
Calderon.
Aye.
Gallus.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swin Mallory.
Aye. 11.8, may I have a motion and second to approve the A through G completion improvement grant program? So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Calderon.
Aye.
Bayless.
Aye.
Mishawara.
Aye.
Chima. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swindler.
Aye. 11.9, may I have a motion and second to approve the expanded learning opportunities ELA program for 22-23? So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I would like to have some sense of the highly qualified program, like just some, what are the criteria for them to become highly qualified? Maybe you can give us the, later on, the reply to that. I would like to know. I know for the paraprofessionals, it's mentioned there that they need to have at least 48 units from a community college, that kind of stuff, but there's no definition of what you mean by the highly qualified for the program managers.
I can explain, yeah, it's defined in the grant, so we'll have to take that piece of the grant. And
And we will do that. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, roll call, please.
Calderon.
Aye.
Bayless.
Aye.
Mishawara.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swindler.
Aye. With the board permission, I would like to combine items 11.10 to 11.19 and approve all of the new courses in one block
Without objection.
without objection. Yes,
Bundling.
we're bundling them. Okay, can I get a motion and a second to approve items 11.10 through 11.19? So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I had a question regarding some of the courses. I know they are approved A to G or they are approved from UC, CSUA, but other ones, I would like to know the justification for the need of all those courses, why they're bringing them together, not for their own.
I can answer that now. These are courses that are, there was a request to expand the course options in the PLA and at DSIS. And these courses are, I think, almost entirely through our online platforms. Some of them are already A through G with compliant, other ones are not. We don't have any control over that. And so, but the intent is to expand options for the students. That's why they're all coming.
Roll call, please.
Calderon.
Aye.
Bayless.
Aye.
Mishawara.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swindler.
Aye. 11.20, may I have a motion and second to approve the 21-22 comprehensive school safety plans presented this evening? So
Second.
any discussion? Roll call, please.
Calderon.
Aye.
Bayless.
Aye.
Mishawara.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swindler.
Aye. Are there any items in, we're on consent agenda items in section 12, are there any items which trustees would like to pull for separate vote?
Not separate vote, but it's 11.
We're on section 12.
I don't know. That's where we are appointing somebody for the CBOC. Oh, 12.8. I just have a comment for that.
Just as a point where we should be pulling that.
Yeah, you'd have to pull that item in order to have a comment or discussion on it. So do you wish to pull the item 12.8? Let's pull it up. Okay. Any other items the board members wish to pull? Okay, so with that, can I have a motion and a second to approve items 12.1 through 12.7 and 12.9 through 12.14? So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Calderon.
Aye.
Bayless.
Aye.
Mishawara.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Swindler.
Hi, we will now have discussion and action on item 12.8, which was removed from our consent agenda. Can we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 037-2122, membership to the district citizens bond oversight committee for measure M? So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
I just want to have a comment there that with this appointment, we have lost opportunity of, for offering an outside perspective to our district. I have researched about this member who is being appointed. I would like to see the application of that person. If board agrees with that, if not, that's fine too. But the CBOC requires that the member should be the intent, the letter and intent of that appointment is that member should be active member in those taxpayers associations. I don't know if this member is actually active or not. So that's my, I'm not getting who's on that. But I do feel that having somebody, a CBO from the neighboring district and brings them up here, it says something. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Camus.
If we're at the board study session and we were all there in agreement on the board policy that we were amending, and I believe the appointment of this person follows board policies that we all agreed on. So therefore, I don't see any reasons why we cannot move forward, because we are following our own policy that we put together.
Hold on a second. Are you done? Okay, I actually was going to say, and then you can say it too. In the discussion, it does say that the application was reviewed, that she meets the qualifications as per the bylaws, and is therefore recommended for appointment to serve. And it says that she is an active member in a bona fide taxpayers association, the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, and the Silicon Valley Taxpayers Association. So two associations. It seems that she's perfectly qualified to be a member.
There are two situations. One is that somebody is a member to the association. I am a member there too. But if somebody is an active member, so that's the definition. But I think I have made my point clear now. I don't want to go further on this. Yeah.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Calderon.
Aye.
Camus.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Shiva.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Spadafora.
Aye. May I have a motion and a second to extend the meeting for 5 minutes to 10:05 p.m.?
So move.
Second.
Okay, without objection, we will have our meeting go to 10:05. Okay, governance review. Is there anyone in item 14.1 that has any assessment of governance procedures and protocols? Okay. I would point out that during the presentation that we had earlier in the evening was the best time to ask questions about some of our action items that we voted on tonight. This discussion is for discussion amongst the members, mostly. Of course, we can ask clarifying questions if we still have them, but that's usually how it goes. 15.1 is board member requests. Do we have any board member requests? Anybody? I have a request. March 31st is the Transgender Day of Visibility. I would like to request that the staff put together a resolution recognizing March 31st as a Transgender Day of Visibility, and that we fly the transgender flag at all school sites for that week.
Which week is that?
March 31st. What is the Transgender Day of Visibility? So it would be Monday through Friday that week.
March 31st to April.
March 30th.
Okay. So, so I don't understand what is your request? What are you requesting?
I'm requesting that we have a resolution to recognize Transgender Day of Visibility, which is March 31st, and that we fly the transgender flag at all school sites from March 28th until April 1st. We have consensus.
How about our next board meeting, will it interfere? Will it be in time?
Our next board meeting is in April, so we would have to agree that the flag could be raised, and then we have to do the resolution after that.
So I thought it would be that it comes in June. Because
No, March 31st is a Transgender Day of Visibility. You can look it up on the internet. June is Pride Month, which is for everybody in the rainbow alphabet.
I see,
Yes.
I see.
There's a Transgender Day of Visibility in March and a Transgender Day of Remembrance in November. Specifically for transgender people. Yes. Okay, with that, I would like to adjourn in memory of Terry Sandoval and I should find my teacher, Casey Rodriguez, and in solidarity with Ukraine.
That's all right. Are you taking those from, Ms. Tima and, Mount, and please?
Yep, okay. Are we coming to you or? By the way, this app that I just found is called, Pen Book. Pen Book. What is that for? It's a free app. I've been taking notes with my Apple Pencil this whole time. Yeah.
You're fancy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Great selection. You got great.
Hey.
Good night. Thanks for coming, Connie.
We're excited.
Thank you.
Yep.
We went through it about as quickly as I think we could. Or I'm gonna give Michael a ride home, so I'm gonna take off. Are you okay?
Yep.
What else do you need to sign?
Thank you.
All right, let me just step this on my, I'll meet you right out here.
Well, I gotta stop around. Yeah, no, you're good.
What am I signing?
I'm signing my life.
I feel that way a lot of times.
I'm done. Am I done?
I'm signing my